It's Wednesday, my dudes. Hello, everybody. I wasn't really going to stream today. Well, actually, I was, but then I changed my mind, and then I changed my mind again. Regardless, happy Wednesday, everybody, and happy New Year. For some of you, it is already 2020. Is the microphone on? Yes. For some of you, it is already 2026. For me, I'm still a few hours away. I think only 4 hours. But regardless, I was actually planning earlier today, anyway, this morning. I was planning to try and squeeze in one last live stream on the year of our Lord 2025, and I was gonna do that in the afternoon. But then I thought that, well, everybody's gonna be celebrating New Year's with their families. At least most people will. So I'm just gonna stream tomorrow. That's what I was thinking. And then I actually made some use of this extra time since I wasn't streaming. I did a couple. I was gonna say errands. No, a couple chores around the house. Didn't finish any of them. But then I felt kind of compelled to live stream today anyway, so that's why I'm here. However, on this stream, I'm not going to be doing what I was going to do on the stream from this afternoon. If I did make that one, I'm actually reserving that for tomorrow, Thursday, January 1st, actually, New Year. But yeah, so what am I going to do today? Well, first of all, I am going to greet everybody because I kind of forgot to do that. I am sorry. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Happy Thursday. Happy New Year. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you're doing very well, that you're having fun on this end of year. And as always, I hope you're doing better than me. So yeah, so if I'm not going to be doing what I was planning to do originally, then what the fudge am I going to be doing today? I don't know. No, I actually do know. So today I am not going to be playing a game. Not really. But I'm also not going to be making any art. Not really. I'm actually going to be doing a little bit of both. More precisely, there's actually something that I gotta do. I should already have done it. So I figured that I might as well do this extra live stream today, regardless if people are going to watch or not, to get that done. Because otherwise I'm just gonna keep procrastinating, and who knows when I'm gonna finally do it. And the thing that I'm gonna be doing today is actually, let me switch the scene here to desktop capture, just a second. That's the wrong button. There we go, now you can see my Windows desktop. So what I'm gonna be doing today is actually something that I already told you guys about some time ago. I think I am on the wrong folder. Yeah. Not long ago, actually, I said that I was going... Where am I keeping those? Hang on, my brain needs to load. Okay, it is this folder, but I don't know if it is this one or the other one. Well, in any case, I'm gonna open both. If I can remember where the other one is. Hang on. Right. No, that's not right. That's not it. Or is it? No, it's actually this here. Shop. Yes, it is this. No, this and the other one also. I really need to organize this better. Anyway, so a few weeks ago, I don't remember which live stream it was, if it was a Gaming Friday or if it was a short Sunday. I said that I was... No, actually, scratch all of that. I didn't say any of this on stream. No, I made a post, and I think it was only on Coffee. Why did I post anywhere else? Well, I don't remember. Point is, it was a post. I said that I was going to make some tweaks to my Super Nintendo OBS overlay. Let me start that over. I said that I was going to make some tweaks to my Super Nintendo controller overlay for OBS, and for some reason I almost called it Microsoft OBS. I have troubles. Anyway, so yeah, I should already have done that. So I figured, since I was feeling like streaming today anyway, and I'm not doing anything else better, why not work on that tonight? Yeah. So this stream might not be long, or maybe it will be long. I don't know. I might start this year and end just on the next year. I don't know. I never started any live streams at this hour before, by the way. This is new to me. But in any case, shall we work? Yeah. But yeah, today is not really a gaming stream, neither it is an art stream, but I do have my drawing tablet set up on my desk here. I have my controllers as well. So let's see, the one that I might be working on at least 2 controllers today, but first I'm gonna do the Super Nintendo controller because that one is my top priority. I really need to organize this stuff. I mean, I think it is this. I think that is the file that I need. Yeah, I think it is. Let me see, I'm gonna put the mouse away. It is in my way a little bit. Alright, I have the buttons on separate layers. Why is this lagging? That's correct. Okay, for some reason Photoshop is being very laggy. I don't know why. Let me try changing scenes. Let me switch over to the Chill Art Sunday scene. Just a moment. Let me see if this is going to be laggy as well or not. Actually, no, it isn't laggy. But could it be because I don't have the webcam on this scene? Hang on, oops. Saving. No, I'm not saving anything. What are you talking about? Oh, I think this is bugged. Hang on a minute. What the fudge is the saving thing in OBS? Oh, there it is. Okay, let me turn off the camera on the scene that I was using, and I press the wrong button and turn it on this scene. Okay, I'm there now. Is this... Oh, you know what? I think the camera is making Photoshop lag. Yeah, look. Hang on, let me try it with the mouse. Maybe... Shut up, phone. Where's my phone? Oh, it's over there. Well, actually, no. I don't think it is lagging at all. I was just being stupid on how I was using the pen. Yeah, I think I was accidentally moving the pen a little past the area of the tablet. All right, let me switch back to the other scene. Hang on. Perfect. Seamless transition. I press the wrong button. Oh my god. Great, now I have an ad running. Shoot, that was an accident. I did not mean to do that. I apologize if you got an ad. Sorry. Yeah, it wasn't lagging at all. I was just moving the pen a little too beyond the usable area of the tablet. Anyway, let me confirm these buttons here. Yeah, that's right. I am going to make a new version of this file, so I'm gonna keep the original controller overlay as it is on this PSD file should I ever need or want to go back to it, but the improvements will be in a separate file. So let me call this tweaks, I guess. Yeah. It is hot today. The only reason why I'm even wearing a shirt right now is because the camera is on. And hey, there's fireworks outside too, so you're gonna be hearing those noises. Anyway, let me make all of the buttons visible. No, not that. No, not that. Expand this group. Okay, there we go. All of them are visible. Oh, there's just one thing that is missing. No, not that. Where is it? This controller overlay, it has 3 versions, which by the way, you can download this for free on my coffee shop, and you can use this on OBS. I have other controllers there as well, all free, and I'm going to be making more as well, other different controllers. So many of them are already done. I could just upload them right away, but there's a few that I would like to make a few tweaks and fixes before uploading them, like my GameCube controller, for example. The overlay, that is. So yeah, but those updates on those controllers will also be free, so you can download them for free on my coffee shop. Leave a tip if you feel generous, that will be very appreciated. It helps me, and also it is a lot of work to make these. But regardless, they are free and will remain free. But what I was going to say is that this overlay in particular, it has 3 versions. It has the regular Super Nintendo controller, it has a Super Famicom controller version of this, and it also has a 3rd version where I added some simple thumbnails, no, not thumbnails, simple joysticks, as well as trigger buttons, which is why you are seeing this little thing over here and this little thing over there. Oh, it's over there. Never mind, I am stupid. Anyway, so where's the RNL layer? Here, okay. Let me disable the trigger buttons for the moment. Yeah, okay. Okay, so here's the thing. And one of the things that I want to improve on this controller in particular. This controller is perfectly fine as it is, okay, this overlay. The L and R buttons on the shoulders there, they have the appropriate size as they are in the real controller. Also on this one. But as an overlay, they are a little too small. To give an example, let me turn on the Super Nintendo controller overlay in OBS right now. Let's see, controller overlays, Super Nintendo. Okay, so that controller that just popped from on this part of the screen there, that's the same controller that I'm going to be working now. Let me turn this one on. So as you can see on the overlay, not on Photoshop, but the one that is here on the corner of the screen. See me pressing buttons there? Okay, so the L and R buttons on the graphics of the overlay itself, they're fine, their size is correct. However, as an overlay, if I press them, see L and R, they flash. But notice how small they are in the overlay there, because, you know, gotta reduce the size. Again, it is fine as it is, it's not really a problem, but it's kind of hard to spot them. The smaller you make the smaller you resize the overlay on your OBS, in my case mine as well, the harder these two are to notice, especially since they're all gray, just different shades of gray. It's raining! Woohoo! So they can be a little difficult to spot. I want to make them a little thicker. It's like, for example, if I switch to the overlay of this controller, for example. Yeah, let me show you. Turn off the Super Nintendo. Turn this one on. You see that the shoulder buttons on this one, they are a lot easier to spot. Now, not only because of the difference in colors, you know, this here has a better contrast against the light gray of when the button is pressed, so that makes it a little easier to notice it. But also, I would have to check to confirm, but I'm pretty sure I drew the shoulder buttons on this on the overlay for this controller here. Yeah, now you can see it. Pretty sure I drew the thickness of these buttons on the overlay for this one a little thicker than I did on the Super Nintendo one. So I want to make these more visible. As such, I'm going to make these changes to this overlay. And by the way, it is raining outside, and usually when it rains over here, power tends to fluctuate. Sometimes it even blacks out completely for like half a second, but enough to turn off my computer. So if the stream goes offline, it is either because my internet went down or power went down and turned off my computer. But stick around for a few minutes. If I don't come back in, I don't know, maybe like 5 minutes at most, I might have to close it on my computer. If I don't come back, then that's because I either lost power completely or internet completely, or both. Anyway, hopefully none of those are going to happen. So yeah, I want to make these buttons more noticeable. They would not be size accurate when compared to the original controller, you know, the real deal, but they should be easier to notice in the overlay. Now where... oh, here they are. Oh, hang on. Gotta hide this layer first. Yeah, okay. Now this here should be a very simple thing to change. Basically all I gotta do is move them up a little bit and then draw some more stuff there to fill in those gaps that I just created. So let's do that. First, let me sample this color. And how am I going to start? Let's begin by selecting them. Okay, good. Oh, actually, hang on. I think I have a better idea. I can just make a new layer. I'm just going to draw like that. A little bit of trimming here. And I'll do the same thing over here. Okay. Now the nice thing about this is that what I am doing with this button here right now, the L button, I actually do not have to do the same for the R button on the other side. All I gotta do is copy this here, flip it around, and put it there. And it should be just fine. Alright? Now give me the layer for the body of the controller. It's right there, right on top of the layer that I am working on right now. Alright, let's select it. Now let's go back to layer number 8 over here and delete. Why? Because, here, let me undo. Because, what? Wrong layer. If I just see this mess here, I just made that mess. So if I delete within this selection, boom, it's gone. And now I only have the button, which is exactly what I need. Alright. Let's now... let's copy this to the other side. Just need a little bit of guidance here. Yeah, like that. Let's duplicate this layer. Now flip horizontally and apply, and now I can remove these little guidelines here. Oops, I gotta be a little more careful than that. Yeah, remove from that layer, remove from this layer, and should I round the corners there a little bit more? Nah, they're fine. They're fine. Let's merge them with the original buttons. So there we go. The Element buttons are now thicker and should be way easier to spot when pressed on OBS as an overlay, not layer. Sorry. Save. All right, so those two are now fixed, but I'm not done with them because now let me copy this here. Now I need to update the presses over here. Let's begin by updating this one here. Yeah, I might need to bring it up a little more. Oops. There. That'll do. Now let's do the same thing for the other one. Yeah, I think that... Isn't that right? Hang on. No, it isn't. Now it is. So merge down. Okay, much better. Now I gotta do the same thing for when the button is pressed, which is what these white things here are. That's not actually white, but it's very close to it. That should be very simple as well. Just copy these two and put them here. Lock the layer, recolor, and then erase the originals. There we go. I'm going to keep them hanging here, a separate layer for now. Also, I am having facing the wrong spots. They should go down here on top of the all buttons layer. Okay. Now these two, there are four. These four things here, they are supposed to be the simplified shoulder buttons, or triggers rather. Yeah, you know, these here, or you control like this, these. Now obviously the original Super Nintendo controller does not have trigger buttons, but I decided to add this as an extra option for these overlays, just in case you are actually using, like, I don't know, maybe a controller like this, for example, that does have trigger buttons. So you know, you have options. You have options. Also, the Super Nintendo controller does not have joysticks, but a version of this controller overlay does have it. Again, so you guys can have options. Okay, let's leave this sitting there for now. Let's change the size of the trigger buttons. Now, originally, I had them placed right here, and there, right? So on the SNES controller, they would be like located right here. Can you even see it? Yeah, you can. Would be one here, the other here. I am not sure if I want to keep them like that, or if I would like to change them. Because one thing that I can do is actually utilize, or recycle maybe, here, let me open it, the shoulder buttons for the 8BitDo SN30 Pro controller, which is this green one. Actually, let me see what that would look like on the SNES. so these are all merged together. Okay, let's see, where's the trigger buttons? Here. Let's duplicate this over to the SNES controller. And close this for now. Yes. So yeah, like that. I don't know if I want to make them protrude like this. Is protrude a word? Or if I should keep them like little things here. Just make them thicker, like the L and R buttons. Let me check real quick what these two actually look like when the overlay is in use. Now I'm not going to activate the control overlay, sorry, that I already have set up. I am going to set a new one temporarily. I'm working on OBS right now. So in a moment, there should be a Super Nintendo controller on the screen. Where's the one with the simplified joysticks and whatnot? Okay, should be this one. Now for its config file. Yes. Set the controller. There we go. Let me close this one now. Actually, no. Instead of closing this. Ah, the controller is blocking my face. There we go. Let me just do this. Okay, now you can see the controller and my face. Yeah, so yeah, I think they're going to be very small. Now, the overlay you see on screen right now, that is the version with the simplified joysticks. How simplified are they? Can you not see them? I don't blame you, because look, this is the left joystick. I turned the little circle the SNES D-pad has into the joystick itself. You see when I move it to the sides, it moves. And for the right joystick, it is right down here. Look, it's just a little dot. Now, if I reduce the size of this, you know, like it would be when actually set up, etc., to make use of it. Those joysticks, they are very close to impossible to see. See that? Kind of surprising, the joysticks, they do that as well, but yeah, see how small they are. And these are the shoulder buttons and these are the triggers. See how small they are? They are very small. So yeah, on this version of the overlay, what I most want to improve is actually the joysticks. But I have to decide whether or not I will keep the shoulder buttons where they are, not shoulder buttons, the triggers, where they are right now on the overlay, or if I am going to change them to be more similar to how it is on the overlay for this green controller here. Let's go back to Photoshop. Also, hang on a second. Yeah, there we go. Let's go back to Photoshop, and I gotta decide. I don't know if which way I'm gonna go, so I think I'm gonna do both. At first, anyway. Let me make these bigger and see if they look any better, or how much better they are going to look, because they will look okay. Okay, hide these. And why is it layer 8 over here? Oh, that there. Oh, fudge! I'm on the wrong spot. Oh, hang on. Yeah, this is the layer that I want. Actually, you know what? Making these thicker should be way easier than what I was just thinking. All I gotta do Let's copy this here. And where did it go? I don't know. Hang on. Fudge. Okay. No, wait. I'm gonna do this slightly differently. Duplicate. Yes. Now erase everything on that side. And here. There we go. Put it over there. And yeah, let's make a cut right here, shall we? Boom. There we go. Now let's duplicate this one more time. One more time. One more time, I wanna duplicate. Yeah, that size there is fine. Okay, so merge this and oops, wrong one. Okay. Let's call this layer trigger buttons. Let's keep this one hidden for now. Move it all down also. Good. Let's now duplicate this to the other side. Duplicate. Horizontal. Yeah, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right. So, assuming that I go with this design for the trigger buttons, well, that's basically done. All I would have to do is update the button presses down there. But again, ow. I somehow just hurt myself on my chair. What the frick? Or maybe I hurt my thumb when I was cutting the wild weeds growing on the front porch, not front porch, the front yard. Yeah, that it might have been that. Anyway, let me see what this is actually going to look like with, well, not this, with this style for those. Are they fitting perfectly with one another? Wrong layer. Oops. They mostly are. Wow. Huh. I might go with these actually. Now ideally it would be best if I do a test with this design but also with this design to see what they actually look like in OBS. Nah, I'm gonna go with those. I'm gonna go with these here. Wrong layer again. Oh my god. Oops. Yeah, that's right. I think that there's fine. Yeah, like right here. Let's do that. let me redo this selection. There we go. Oh, I'm still missing one little bit over there. And here somehow. What the hell? Or am I seeing too much? I am seeing too much. No, I am not seeing too much. There is something out there that is just out of view. I don't know why, but it is there. I don't know if I'm actually catching all of it. Let's see. Okay, that is correct now. Okay, good, I got it. Nice. Merge down. Okay, now for my next trick, I'm going to select the L and R buttons. And I'm going to do the same that I did when I was making them a little thicker. So let's go here to this layer, delete and unselect. So now, there we go. Exactly as it should be. Let me rename this here to trigger buttons .old. There we go. Now I've got to recolor them. Which shade of gray should I use for them? I mean, I can use the same shade of gray that is currently here. It should be fine, no problem. I'm just concerned about these maybe blending in too much with one another. Yeah, I think that is going to happen. Yeah. I'm not too fond of that. Let's pick a different gray. Actually, I think this here is the same. Yes, it is definitely the same. Let me try this here. Yeah, that's one way to make them more visible and not make it so they don't look like they are the same button, you know, like the L and R have, I don't know, a tumor growing out of them. But I do not like that contrast of colors. If I make them like, if I stick with the original design, I can still use the same colors, or the same color, it's just one color. But I'm not sure how well this is going to appear in OBS. I'm not too confident on that. I'll hide this. I ran into a similar issue when I was making my PlayStation controller overlay. That one is not available on my Ko-fi for download yet, but I will add it soon-ish. I promise it's going to be updated, uploaded for a free download next year. Anyway, here, let me see. This is ready for upload, by the way. I just didn't do it yet. I don't remember if it is because I was procrastinating or because I still would like to make a few tweaks to this one. And let me make all the buttons. Ah, well, yeah. They are the same color. The only difference is that they are black, as they are on the real controller, of course. And in case you are wondering, yes, all of the buttons are here with all of their graphics and stuff. And that's the wrong layer. No, that one is not supposed to be there. There you go. The classic PlayStation 1 controller. Actually, the PlayStation 2 used this exact same design for its controllers. I just think the hardware was more up to date. Fireworks. In any case, yeah, I think I want to make a few tweaks on this, because although this is quite accurate to what the real thing looks like, design and colors wise, this L, this R, the numbers on the trigger buttons there, they are quite difficult to make out. And on a small size, as it will be when used as an overlay on OBS, at least most of the time probably, they're almost impossible to see. I mean, it's not important that these details are actually visible, not necessarily, I don't really think so. But yeah, that could be a little better. But anyway, this actually does not solve my conundrum here. Let me just try a different gray. Like, yeah, this here. That is actually the exact same one as the shoulder buttons. Right. What if I just make a new one? Like, you know, make them darker instead. Ooh, actually, yes. Kinda like that. But let's round this to 50. There we go. Ah, there we go. Now we have some contrast between the buttons. Now we can see. Well, actually, with those being darker, they might not be as visible as overlay on OBS. One problem at a time. First, let's finish them, make a test, and then adjust the color if necessary. Yeah. Okay. I need to copy this from there. And paste it down here. Ooh, I might need to expand this canvas. Yes, I will have to expand the canvas. I will. No problem. If I do it right, that is. If I do it right, then no problem. If I don't, then there is a problem. Okay. Image, canvas size, pixels. I think this this expands to the top or the bottom. I can never remember. Alright, that is the bottom. Perfect. Too much, but better have more than none, or whatever. I will shrink this later, because this is way too much space. I don't need all of this space. Okay, I think here this is a good spot. What is the distance between the button itself and when it is pressed? 1, 2, 3 pixels. So duplicate this. So now 1, 2, 3. I'll probably have to adjust this further later down the line, but for now it is going to be this way. Duplicate. My cat Bob is probably hating these fireworks, and it's only going to get worse because it's not even 9 o'clock yet. Thing is, I had to lock him outside of the room today because he was not giving me one moment of peace, and I want my peace. Oh, I didn't merge them together. Oh, fudge. Forgot. There we go. Alright. Save. Now, all of this is still very unfinished, but I should start making some tests. Or should I? Nah. I'm gonna make the joysticks first. I'll probably regret this later, but yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so on this layer, all buttons, these can go away. And in their place, these here. Actually, hang on a second. There's one thing here that I need to verify. I think it was positive 70. No, it's 75. Yeah, let's go with this. This, undo, lock the layer again. There we go. There we go, they can go there now. Okay, good, now they belong. I think I can shrink the canvas now, because I do think I have plenty of room over here for the joysticks. Yeah, I'm gonna do that now. All right, how big is this? How tall? 1554. 1554. 1554. Wait a second. Is this supposed to be the actual size, or by how much I want to reduce? I don't remember. All right, that's right. It's the actual size. Okay. Let's save, and let's now make some improvements to the joysticks. Actually, you know what? Since the Super Nintendo controller and the SN30 Pro are so similar with one another, actually, when I drew this overlay, I used the overlay for this one as a basis. What if I just give these joysticks to the SNES controller? That should save me a lot of time. Not necessarily on drawing the graphics for the joysticks, but in configuring them. That is the most well, not really arduous, but it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. Well, first of all, let's see what these joysticks are even going to look like. This SNES controller. And let's see. No, not that one. Yeah, hide those. There's the sticks. The place where they go. Oops. And the place where they go. Let's duplicate both of these layers over to the SNES controller. Okay, I see them. Where are they here? There they are. Now they need to go further up. Okay. And now obviously they are clipping through a bunch of stuff. Also, they gotta go over higher up. Even higher? Well, I'll be damned. Alright, so they are obviously on top of stuff they are not supposed to be on top of. Should I just bring them down, or should I change their location entirely? Oh, what's going on over there? There's a thingy there. Yeah, I could have them here. It just looks weird. Alternatively, I could keep the super simplistic joysticks that I had here originally and just make them a much lighter color so they are way easier to spot. No, but then if I do that, this one here, this little circle, which on the joystick, on the version with simplified joysticks, is one of the joysticks. This circle here corresponds to this joystick. It will look out of place. It will look very much out of place. Ooh, recolor these might be an issue. Unless I don't include them at all and just leave the joysticks themselves out here. Oh, come on! Internet just went down. No! No! Hi, YouTube. Oh, balls. I did say this could happen. It probably would happen. It always happens. I just don't know if it is the usual... I'm going to unalive myself momentarily. That's my internet, internet connection. Speaking for the record, I don't know if it is a usual momentary drop in connection, or if it is because of the weather. Hopefully, it's going to come back. All right, it seems like it has returned. Though usually it connects one more time, and there it is. It just did. It's like clockwork. Let me refresh Twitch on the other PC here. Okay, looks like we are back. Let me confirm over there. Come on, refresh already. That PC is so slow. Hey, it's back. Alright, sorry guys, it was the... Oh, my Stream Deck is disconnected now. God damn it. Sorry, that was the usual drop in connection, I think. Oh, don't tell me everything reset. Okay, good. They did not. Alright, so I was debating with myself here if I should not include these things and leave just the joysticks themselves. I will make a test. Alright, I'll test them. Actually, no, hang on. Instead of copying from here, I can and should copy them from here. There. No, why am I moving the layer? Perfect. Let's now remove those little nubs. Merge this. Okay. On the settings file for this controller overlay, I will have to change the values for all of these 8 buttons over here, as well as for the joysticks, not only down here, but also up here on the controller itself. And this is the annoying part of making these controller overlays. Well, first of all, I will need to update the buttons positions layer here. Yeah, this thingamabob. Ooh, wait. I almost made the dumb. These are now supposed to go away, at least for a moment. Because those are the positions for the older buttons. Up next, let me duplicate this layer and put it over here, and do the same thing for the L and R buttons and the shoulder button. No, L and R are the shoulder buttons. I mean the shoulder buttons and the triggers. So these two duplicate, and let's bring them up with the others. There we go. Now, give me yellow, give me red. Oh, forgot I gotta hide the layers first. Oh, some layers, not all the layers. Yeah, these can go away. Not those. Hang on. Yeah, I was doing this wrong. Those stay. These stay. And no, actually no, they go away. This one can stay. These go away. And let's now go to the shoulder buttons and the triggers. Okay, there we go. These go. Oh, there's a Y left over there. All right. So this is now the base of the controller overlay. Because the way this works is actually OBS doesn't really have the buttons on the controller overlay itself. All the buttons are located down here on the PNG file. But the way this works is that the config file it locates where each one of these graphics are located, and then it projects them on the controller itself. So this is the same image file, but it's technically two different things. I'm not sure if I'm making much sense, but anyway, I hope you can understand. Regardless, hide that. Yep. Yep. No, not that. Down here. All right. That stay like that. Okay, this here is where I'm going to change. Let's make this yellow. Now for the triggers, they will be red. What I'm doing here is just preparing it so I can actually see in the overlay on OBS if I have positioned the controller, the graphics for these buttons in the correct locations. Because otherwise it's all going to be a mess. Oops. Wrong thing. There we go, that should do it. Save, and now let's save this as a PNG file, and then fiddle about with the settings file. So this one is going to replace this one. Yes. Now here comes the annoying part. Well, not really annoying exactly, but it's kind of annoying. Oh, I forgot to merge them. Hold on, these are supposed to be all merged together. Okay. Give me this. Give me that also. Let's begin by entering the coordinates for each graphic of each button. Alright, for that I will need to resize this with nearest neighbor. And bring it down. And kind of do the same thing with this one. Okay, now this is where it might get a little confusing. I mean, what am I trying to say? Well, I'll basically have to put a controller across the entire screen for you. Well, you guys will see an entire controller on the screen blocking everything. No, actually, I will do too. You know, I'll try to fit everything on the screen as much as I can. Let me begin with the shoulder buttons, the L and R buttons. What I am doing here right now is measure the size in pixels that each one of these buttons has. Okay. Now, what this red here is for, what it does, is give me where the graphic of each button is located. So now if I select everything, copy, unselect, and try to make a new file, I copy the blue layer here, okay? This blue rectangle that I was just fiddling about with. So, and now if I try to make a new file with this in the clipboard, Photoshop is going to automatically detect how big this this is not a triangle. How big? I have the PlayStation controller in my mind for some reason. How big this rectangle is, and this is important because that's the wrong folder. Let's see, it should be this one. Yeah. Okay, so this is the config file for the controller overlay itself. Let me drink some water. God, it's hot in here. I want to open my door, but I don't want my cat to bother me while I stream. I'll decide what to do. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm going to enter the data for the new version of the LNR buttons. Here they are. Okay, so let's start with the L button. Okay, I just gotta remember which one of these values is the size of the thing. It's these. These two lines are the size of the graphic for the button. Sorry. So on the width, I need to input, change it from 258, this is in pixels by the way, to 261. Why did I press 6 twice? 1, 2, 6. Oh, I'm stupid. 6, 1, not 2, 6. And now do the same thing for the height, because now the button got taller. So from 45 pixels to 53 pixels. Okay. Now where should the controller, the input plugin, I forgot what's it called again? The input overlay plugin in OBS. Where should the plugin look for the graphic of this specific button? So what these two values here are doing, they are telling the plugin where it can find the trigger L button graphic for this particular controller overlay. So yeah, this here tells the plugin where it is, and this here tells the plugin how big it is. So you know how much of an area the plugin should look to find the graphic there. If I input the wrong number on these here, for example, like say I input a smaller number than 261 for the width, then on the overlay in OBS, once it is placed on the screen, then the button will be, well, it's basically going to be cut in half. You know, it's going to be missing a spot. That's why I need to input I need to know the size of the graphic, but also where it should be searched. So now what I will do is cancel this. We already sorted how big the button is. Okay, we are now going to look at where that red is, you know, where the button begins, where the graphic for this button begins, which is right here on this corner, and that is what the red thing is for. So select all, copy. So if I show you here, if I go all the way to the top, see, the red starts up there, and then it counts how many pixels are there from top to bottom, and horizontally how many pixels are there, you know, for the width. So basically what this is doing is giving me an X and Y coordinates. Or is it Y and X? Frick, I forgot. Whatever, anyway. So here the width is 4 pixels, meaning that the controller plugin, the input plugin in OBS, will have to look 4 pixels horizontally and 1212 pixels down into the PNG file that is all of this. So now with that information in hand, I go over here, I change this from 1222 to 1212, and the 6 is now a 4. Excuse me. Now normally, I mean, yeah, normally, these values should be the final values that need to be input here, but something that I have learned from experience with working with these overlays is that sometimes, even though the values should be correct, sometimes a number has, like this 4 here, sometimes it might have to be a 3, or maybe should be a 5, you know. So that's why I colored these buttons red and yellow this way. So what this is going to do is actually give me visual feedback if I had input the correct coordinates for the graphics for these buttons, because you got to remember the controller overlay itself is actually just this here. It's just plain, no buttons, just the body, just where the D-pad is supposed to be, you know, while the D-pad itself is actually a completely different graphic. It's these over here, right? So what this here does is give me visual feedback whether or not I need to move a graphic just one more pixel to one side, maybe one pixel up, maybe one pixel down, you know. Have I saved this here? Hang on. Yay, I saved on the wrong file. I was not supposed to save on that name there. I was supposed to save on this one here. Oops. Gotta do it again. Well, not really, but I'd rather do it. Here, save as PNG. Yes, it's going to be this one. There we go. Now hide this, and let's save this here to the correct file. Replacing what I had replaced that was not supposed to be replaced. So this here. Okay, let's bring these back into view. Save. Now I'm actually going to have to go on OBS. Excuse me. Okay, so let me bring this controller overlay back into view. But I'm gonna have to make this bigger so I can actually see what the fudge I'm doing. Okay. The only problem with this, if I keep it on the screen like that, which I do need to do, is that you will not be able to see what I am actually doing in Notepad. I'll try to switch back and forth between them. But first, let's begin with the overlay itself. I need to update the files on this one. So this here right now is using the original PNG. Actually, no, it's no longer the original because I already replaced it, which is the reason why we now see some artifacts around here. I just need to update to the sample one here, this one. So that is for the graphics, and oh, I forgot to save there. So that is for the graphics, and oops, and now, oh, I was explaining, but you couldn't see a thing. Sorry. Okay, so this is one of OBS's windows. This is for the input plugin. So over here is where I set the graphics file for the control overlay, and this here is where I set the settings file. And I updated the wrong file. Great. I was not supposed to be working on this file. I was supposed to be working on this one. Okay, there we go. So, oh, hold on. I forgot to tell the plugin where it should place the graphics for the controller. Hang on, gotta fix that. Oopsie daisy. Okay, so let's go back up here. Give me nothing actually. Just Control T on the red. Okay, so down there, the red and the blue, they were telling me where the graphic is and the fireworks and how big the graphic is. Now what I'm going to use them for is to tell me where the graphic should go. So starting with this button, put the red over there, keep the blue this size because it is the size of this button that I am working with. And what I do now is place this blue rectangle exactly on top of the L button. And now let's get the corner of the red and have its corner meet with the corner of the blue. Alright, so now I select all, copy, unselect. I just copy the red rectangle there. There. So now the plugin, what this is going to do is, this is going to tell the plugin where it should pick, where you should put the graphic for the button that it just grabbed from down there on the PNG file, on the image that you just saw. It is going to find it down there, and I'm going to tell it where on the controller it should place it. And that is what these two values here are for. That's why it says pos, as in position. Okay, so 171, that stays like that. That way. Yes, it stays like that. I'm just changing the height of this graphic. So from 93, we're now gonna have an 84. Okay, now I save this file, close this, and let's go back on OBS now. Let me reopen this. Okay, so now I just gotta select the settings file. Okay. Let's ignore the wonky joystick thing there. Wait. Oh, that's right. Yeah, what I'm seeing here is that the R button is wrong, but that's because I did not work with that one yet. For now, I'm just trying to check the L button, which you can already see flashing on the screen there. But because I need to see this as well as possible, I am going to make it very big on the screen for you guys, so I can also see it very big. Also, to make it easier for me to spot the difference in pixels, I will have to hide the desktop like this, so I can actually use the, where is it? Oh yeah, here. So I can project what you see in OBS right now. I am now seeing as well on my main screen here. So yeah, I can see, I don't think you guys can see my mouse cursor, but if you look here on the L button, can you see very small there? There is some, there is a roll of just 1 pixel in thickness of that yellow showing. So what I'm seeing here is that I have to move the coordinates of the position for the graphic. I mean, where the graphic for this button should be placed. I gotta move it up by 1 pixel and to my left by another 1 pixel. So let's do that, shall we? Let me hide it from the screen so you guys can see what I'm doing. Let me bring back the desktop. Okay, so let's work here on the position. I'm gonna put away my pen. So it needs to go up by 1 pixel and to my left by 1 pixel. So let's drop this from 171 to 170 and 84 to 83. Save. Now let me update the settings file. So this change actually takes effect. Alright, I can already see on the preview in OBS up there that it's been fixed the way it is supposed to, but I need to make sure. So for that, I'm going to put the projector on full screen on my screen here. There we go. Okay, So the button graphic for when the button is not pressed is in the correct position as it should be, but I'm seeing, very hard to make out a little bit, I am seeing that the graphic for when the button is pressed needs to be moved up by, how many pixels is that? I think by 2 pixels, could be 3. Let's try 2 pixels first. Oh my god, look at my mouse cursor. Oh, it's crazy. Alright. So... oh, I forgot. I gotta hide the thing. There we go. So this next change that I'm going to be doing now is actually not in the settings file. It is in the image file. So for now, let's hide the blue and red, and let's go all the way down here. Okay. And I gotta work on this layer here because that's where the graphics for the buttons is located. Let's select, all of these first. Let's bring them down by 2 pixels. Okay, so here. These two here, these are the graphics for the L and R buttons when they are unpressed, whereas this one and this one is the L and R when they are pressed. Okay, so as you can see, what the plugin does is it takes the graphic from here and it just projects on top of the body of the controller in the overlay itself. So I gotta move these all of these by 2 pixels down. Might be 3, but let's begin with 2. I think it is 2. 1, 2. There. Now let's save. It's a PNG again, and replace this here. Yep. Done. Let's now update the graphic file in OBS. There. Now pick this back. Yes, that is the correct one. Alright, let's see if this works. It does work. Question is it working as it should? That's the question. Give me the projector, please, OBS. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, I'm stupid. I was not supposed to bring it down. I was supposed to bring it up. Look at that. Now it is way too down. No. That is completely incorrect. Why did I think I was supposed to bring it down? It's up. Alright. How do I undo on Photoshop again? No. Yeah, it is Control-Shift-Z. Whatever. I'll just select them and move them manually again. Alright, so I brought them down by 2 pixels. Let's now bring them up by 2 pixels and then another 2. So 1, 2, 1, 2. I'll probably have to do the same thing with these two here, but I'm not going to worry about them yet. Right now my priority should be that one. Actually, you know what, since I'm here, should go ahead and also... oops. What did I just do? What did I just do? Okay, I just right-clicked. Yeah, I got scared. Let's go and set them up as well, because that way I can just I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, as the old saying goes. Another blue. There. I think I got it positioned correctly. Alright, so now give me the size of the red. Here, the position for this one. Why am I using the pen? is going to be 848. No, actually, no. Keeps 849. Let's just change this one here. 84. No, wait a second. This 84. No, hang on. No. Something's wrong here. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. How come the vertical coordinate for the L button is 83, but the vertical coordinate for the R button, oops, but the vertical coordinate for the R button is 84. No, something's very wrong here. Very wrong. And yet it shouldn't. Let me hide the red for a moment. Okay, so the blue rectangle here, right? That is defining where the thing is. If I move it back to the left side without changing its vertical position, which on Photoshop you can do by holding the Shift key, like that, see? It matches perfectly. Now if I move this back to the R button, again, it matches correctly. So the height is correct, but for some reason, somehow, they are oh. I forgot I made the button taller. I forgot I made the button taller. But still, this similarity between them, 83 and 84 down here, I hadn't even changed anything on the R button. That's a bit weird, but okay. I now just gotta get the coordinates for where the plugin should look for these graphics. So let's bring these down to here. This one can stay the exact same size as it is, because what I need out of this one is just that it fits the graphic. Perfect. Now let's just meet these corners. Okay, the coordinates for the location of the graphic are now... ooh, hang on. Oh, I gotta change these here as well. So these should, in theory, be the exact same as the R button, I mean the L button. So from 258, let's change this to 261 and 53 down here. Now, for where the graphic should be searched for, that should be, actually, hold on. Ah, that's right. Okay, so this should be 286, I think. But this here will stay 1212, just like the R button, because this is the horizontal coordinate. Alright, save this, cancel that, and let's update the controller overlay in OBS. And check if those changes that I have just applied are properly in effect. Here, let me update the graphics first. Now the settings file. Okay, now let me put this on full screen for my own viewing here, so I can see what you guys are already seeing. On this new version of OBS, they added the option to see only the currently selected source in full screen. I always click that thing, which is confusing. Oh, no, not source projector, preview projector. Yes, there we go. Give me this controller. The position for the R button is wrong. It needs to be brought. There might be 1-2 pixels to this side. Wait. Oh, I forgot to update the location of the graphic for when the button is pressed. I could swear I had updated that. Didn't I? Could swear I did. Well, in any case, what's that gonna be, like 3 pixels, maybe 4? Now let's begin by bringing the R button a couple pixels more to the left here, because I don't know if you can see, but there is a little bit of yellow showing over there, and that yellow is telling me that that is the exact position where this button should be, not where it is currently. So let's make the appropriate changes. Alright, this is actually gonna be done in the settings file, so I don't need my pen right now for this. Alright, so here, oh, haven't I updated? Oh, maybe I didn't update this. No, I did. 100% I did. I even got confused. Anyway, all I gotta change here is actually just this 849. Change it to 848. Yeah, there we go. Actually, no, didn't I say 2 pixels? So that's gonna be 847. Yeah. Now, save this. And let's fix the location of the buttons, of the graphics for these buttons for when they are pressed. So let's bring these up by 2 more pixels. So 1, 2, oops, wrong layer. There we go. 1, 2. I should save this PSD. Haven't saved it in a while. Always remember to often save your progress, whatever you are doing, because you never know when something might go wrong and you might lose everything. Alright, let's update the graphic and the settings file now in OBS. Because the necessary changes have already been applied. Just now gotta check if they are the final version of the changes of themselves, whatever, or if I still need to work some more on them. Okay, let me now open the projector on full screen for me. That's the wrong thing, but I guess it works. Now it is too high up. Gotta bring the graphic for the button pressed down by 2 pixels. But I just elevated them by 2 pixels, and they were lower. No, whatever. What matters is their location is correct. Just gotta fix where the plugin should search for the graphic, because that is the problem right now. Actually, were you actually? Okay, that's right. Let's hide this, close this, hide that. Let's go back on Photoshop. And once more, select and move these down 2 pixels. 1, 2. And save. Let's test it again. Properties. Let's update the graphic. That was the wrong file. Alright, now let me see if this is in full screen. Oh, come on! I just brought them down. Why are they still up there? Did I forget to save? Hold on. What? You know, I'm gonna save again anyway, just in case. Because what I might have done is actually just save the changes to the PSD file, not the PNG file. So maybe that, yeah, it's gotta be it. It's gotta be that. Alright, let me update the graphics here and OBS one more time. Okay, now full screen for me, please. I kind of think they are still 1 pixel too high up. There's one easy way for me to figure that out more easily without having to rub my face on the screen like this. Just make the overlay bigger. Oops. Yeah. More. 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 Okay, this should be big enough. No, it is not up one pixel. No, it is just fine. I don't think you can see my cursor on the screen. Hang on. Yeah, now you can see it. So I cannot really show you what I wanted. But anyway, if you look around this button here, you can see some yellow there. That is fine. That the way it is here right now is just telling me that it is exactly where it should be. All right, so the left button is fine. Let's check with the, oh, you can see me now. Let's check with the right button. Oh, the R button. I mean, yeah, right button. That's what R stands for. Yeah, it is doing just fine. The face buttons, they are still the same, no changes there. Same with the start and select. D-pad is fine, just the thumbstick here. This is still to be worked on, obviously. And it's gonna go down here where these two red dots are. All right, let's work on that. Well, actually, no, I'm going to work on the trigger buttons. Yeah, let's work on them. But first, this is way too big now. Actually, no, I can keep it like this. Yeah. That way I don't have, again, to glue my face to the screen so I can see them. I don't need the glasses, okay? But come on, have you tried to spot just one single pixel on a 1080p monitor, let alone a bigger one? They are really tiny, did you know? All right. Okay, let's, so those are done. Let's now tell the plugin where it should look for the trigger buttons. Let's begin here with finding how big the button is. Okay, for the height, it's that. For the length, or the width, it should be this. Let's now get our location as to where this graphic should be searched for. Right there. Okay, how big the button is? It is 176 by 167. So let's go. Oh, I forgot to disable the, oops, the controller overlay. Let's now go, where the hell was I going? Ah, yes, the triggers. So let's now go down here to the triggers EL. And what do I have here? I have the size of the button, right? I forgot. Is this the size or the location? It's the location. The size is 176 by 67. Let's now find the location of the graphic for this button, and that's with our friend the red. So that is 89, 13, 22. 13, 22, and 89. Alright, so that's it for the left trigger. Let's see the dimension. The dimension of the R trigger is the same, but the location is going to change. That is the location where the graphic for this button should be looked for. And again, if you forgot or didn't catch it earlier, this right here, right now, I am collecting information to tell the plugin how big the button is, where the button is, and then later where it should put this button. So what it will do is it is going to search for this button right here. It is going to see how big it is, so it is going to look at in this size. Sorry. It is going to look on this entire area here for a graphic there, and if it finds one, it will then locate this corner here as the location where the graphic is. I mean, it searched for the graphic on this location, it searched for it on this size, and then later it is going to locate where it should place it. I think this explanation that I just gave now is more confusing than the one before. I won't do it again. What was it? Oh yes, the location. We now have 286, 1322. So let's go here to ZR 1322 and 280. Wait, 287? No, 286. Sorry. No, wait a minute. Oh, I'm an idiot. I just made myself confused with this 286 here and this 287 there, plus this 89 here. Because for a moment, these here are the coordinates for the left trigger. I don't know. For some reason, I mistook the vertical coordinates for the horizontal coordinates. So this is correct. It is 286 on the width. So drop this from 287 to 286. I hope that is actually right. And 1322, yes, it stays like that. Just got to update the size of the button. There we go. That should be the exact same as the left one. Okay, so now what this tells the plugin in OBS is where it should look for the graphic of the right trigger and where it should look for the graphic for the left trigger. Now we gotta tell it where it should place these graphics, okay? Because it is going to take pick them up from down there and put them up there somewhere, you know. Now we gotta tell it where it should place them, where it should put them, etc. and etc. and etc. Let's begin with the left one. I mean the right one, also known as the other left. Let's begin with that one. Okay, let's begin by first placing this rectangle exactly where it should go. And I think this is it. Just in case, let me see. Triggers. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. That's the correct one. Okay, That is dead on, exactly where it should go. Okay, hide that, and let's make the buttons positions visible again. There we go. Okay, now let's see where the plugin should place the right trigger. So that's 930 by 48. But I think these values are actually supposed to be 1 pixel less. So instead of 48, I'm gonna enter 47. And instead of 930, I'm gonna do 929. Yes. Let's now find the location for the right trigger. I mean, the other right trigger. I'm not doing too well. Oh my. Let me just confirm. I did indeed place this on the exact spot it is supposed to go. Yes, I did. Very good. Alright, let's now find where this is. Alright, so that is 173 by 48. So let's do 47 and 172. Alright, save. Let's check it in OBS itself. Hey Riptay! Merry Christmas! Happy New Year! Thank you for joining. I hope your New Year's is going well. I'm still a couple hours away from 2026 myself. The fuck was I going to do? Right. I was gonna see if I place these buttons on the correct spots. Alright, so let's update them in OBS. And let's find out. So let's first update the graphic. Actually, I didn't have to update the graphic. Just the config file. There we go. Where's it? Oh, I forgot where to put the controller. There's a hair on my nose. Happy New Year indeed. Hopefully 2026 is going to be a much better year for all of us. Here's hoping. Open, there we go. Yes, full screen. So a bit busy at the moment. No problem, no problem. I wasn't really supposed to be streaming now, to be quite honest with you. No problem, take your time. What was it again? Oh yes. Oh, I nailed it. I nailed it. I nailed it. Let's check the one on the other side. I nailed them. They are exactly where they are supposed to be. Pixel perfection. Exactly where they are supposed to be. Perfect. Perfect. Why am I making this smaller? No, I want this still bigger. Perfect. Okay. Okay, so now with that in place, the only other thing that I have to change is now where the joysticks will go. You know? So let's do that now. Okay, this might be a little too big now. Let's not bother with that just yet. Alright, so let's go. Oops, wrong button. One of these days, I'm gonna push the wrong button and kill the stream by accident. I'm so good at pressing the wrong buttons. Okay. Alright, let's now tell the plugin where it should look for the graphics for the thumbsticks. Thumbsticks, joysticks, whatever. Let's go. Here. Let's find where the graphics for the for the joysticks are, how big they are, and then where they should be placed. once applied to the controller, of course. Hey Spartan, Happy New Year! Thank you for joining, my man. Happy Wednesday or Thursday if it is already Thursday for you. And therefore New Year. Hey! Hope you're doing very well over there. Oh, this is off by 1 pixel. There we go. Alright, how big is this and where it is? Let's begin with where it is. So it is on 667.1194. Let's now find in the settings file where the joystick is. Here, left stick. Okay, for the left and right stick, the location of the graphic is going to be the exact same. It's just where each one of them is supposed to be placed that is going to be different. Just got a freeway popping to saying Happy New Year's to everyone. It's Wednesday and New Year's Eve. Oh, I think you're in California, right? So you're still quite many hours away from it. Probably more than a handful. Originally, I actually was going to play a game today, and it was supposed to be on the afternoon. But then I changed my mind and decided to leave it for tomorrow, because you know people are busy with New Year celebrations and stuff. But then I felt compelled to. I was almost said felt compiled. I am not program code. Anyway, I felt like streaming anyway, so I wanted to make some tweaks to some of my controller overlays, which are available for free on my coffee shop. I've been meaning to do this for a while, so I decided to just do it now, because otherwise I'm just gonna keep procrastinating. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just making some tweaks to my controller overlay for OBS. And in case you don't know what that is supposed to be, it is this. Here, let me put the controller that I am working on screen right now. Controller overlays. Here we go. See that Super Nintendo controller right there? That is the current version you can download for free, again, on my coffee shop. It is fine as it is, but to use it as an overlay, I feel like some tweaks on this are necessary, mainly on the L and R buttons here, so they are more visible when in use as an overlay, reduced on the corner of the screen. So that is what I'm working on. Now, because this overlay also has an alternative version that has joysticks and trigger buttons, I am also make some bigger changes on that version as well. So, well, so it's better. So that's what I'm doing. And I forgot what I was doing exactly right now. Hold on. Oh, I was gonna tell the plugin where the graphic for the joystick should be searched. So that's gonna be 667. Oh wow. It is exactly where it is supposed to be. No, wait a second. No, wait. Have I changed this already? I don't remember changing this. If I didn't, then oops. If I didn't, then the graphic, I placed the graphic exactly dead on where it is supposed to be. Of course I did. I used the location of the old graphic for the joystick. That's why it is the same. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, so that is in place. No need to change where it is. Just gotta change how big it is. You know, what is the area the plugin should look for. Because if I keep it at 45, it is just going to be a little tiny nipple like this. But this is bigger. Okay, so that stays the same. Let's just find out how big the new joystick graphic is, and that is 140 pixels. So from 45 pixels we are gonna go to 140, and because it is a circle, it means it is a square. Alright, let's see here now for the right stick. Yeah, same thing. 140. 140 and keep the 776. There we go. So that is where the graphics should be searched. Let's now tell the plugin where it should place the graphic once it has it. Let's begin with the right stick here. Yeah, nearly. Yeah, I remembered you were. Oh, I think I just moved something that I wasn't supposed to. But you are on Pacific time. That is gonna be a while. I think you are what? Like six hours ahead of me? Hang on, what is the time in Los Angeles right now? I can't remember. Let's see, Los Angeles. Oh, it's 5:65. Oh, it's 5:55 in the afternoon. Should still be bright outside there, I guess. Yeah, I did mess this up. No problem. Thank God for the creation of the Control-Z function, also known as undo. Okay, so that is the size of our button, and this is its location. And by button I mean the thumbstick, the joystick. 742553. So starting here with the right stick, we change this value to 742. As for the height where it should be placed, that's going to be 553. But I have a suspicion I'm actually going to have to remove one pixel, move it up by one pixel and another one pixel to the left. My left, that is. But let's start with these values here. I'm not going to bother with the... Actually, I will bother with the other one as well. That way, it should actually be easier to fix if I am indeed misplacing them by one pixel. Actually gets dark around 5, affecting in the winter. Been raining last week. Oh, rain is awesome. It's been kind of rainy here as well. Actually, it was just raining moments ago. But I think it stopped. But yeah. Okay, let's see where this is. That is 398,553. So the 553 stays the same as it is on the left, on the right stick. Sorry. Let's just change it here to on the left stick now. 553. Now for this here, there's going to be 398. Save, and let's check if this is correct and if I need to do anything else. So let's bring back our giant-sized overlay and update the... Shut up, phone! What is this? Oh, a new favorite is on my DeviantArt. Awesome. Thanks for the faves. I don't have to update the graphic. Only the settings file. There we go. See, remember when I told you guys that I thought I would probably have to move the location of the graphics? Oh, you can still see my face. My head has been cut off. Remember when I told you that I would probably have to move the location of the graphic up by one pixel and left by another pixel? Yeah, see the red over there? That means it is off by how many pixels would that be? It's blurry because it is so big. Probably just one pixel. Yeah. Also, what about the press of the button? Of the stick, I mean. Can I not move the stick? Just press, please, so I don't get myself confused. Yeah, the plugin... Not the plugin. The location for the graphic of when the joystick is pressed Needs to go down by 1 pixel, I think. Let's check with the right stick. Yeah, same thing with the right stick. Yeah, same thing with the right stick. Alright, let's work on that. Let's begin by... Let's begin by telling where it should place the joystick graphics. So I gotta go up one and left one. So 398 becomes 397 and 553 becomes 552. And same thing for the right stick here as well. Wait. Yeah, same thing for this one. 741 552. Save the settings file. And now let's go down there to where the graphic for the joystick when it is pressed. Let's move this one down by 1 pixel. So here, down 1. Save. Let's update the PNG file, the graphics file, so we can have these changes in OBS. There we go. And now let's go back to OBS. Let's well, first let me hide this so you guys don't get confused. Also, so I myself won't get very confused. Preview projector 1080. Yes, this monitor. Now it is still the same, right? The changes haven't been applied. I mean, they have been applied. They just the stuff in OBS just needs to be updated. So replace the graphic once. Now back to what it is supposed to be. Now let's see the settings file. Okay, so the graphic for where, hang on, let me close the window on OBS. So the graphic for where the right stick and the left stick are supposed to go is perfect. Dead on, that is exactly where they're supposed to go. Yep, no changes there. Let me see the right one. Yep, perfect. Let's now see about the clicking, the pressing on these. I move it down. It was supposed to go up. Alright, I'm gonna make this change real quick. I'm not even gonna switch the stuff for you guys. I'll just quickly move this up by 2 pixels. Now do what I did and now do what I should have done. Okay, save this as a PNG again. Excuse me. And now let me update the graphics in OBS. Put this on full screen so I can see it as well. There. It should be fixed now. I think it's perfect. Yes, it is. Let me see the left one. Let me hold the joystick so I don't move it to the sides when I press. Yes, 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 yes. Perfect. 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 Alright. Let's now make this smaller because it is way too big. Way too big. Jesus Christ. Super big. Let me close the preview on the main screen here. And I actually turn this on. No, not that one. This one. At this rate, it might just be quicker if I delete this source in OBS and re-add it. Fireworks! Oh, that reminds me, my cat is probably scared with these noises. I'm gonna let him in. Hang on, guys. Let me open the door. Let me open. There you are. I think he was hiding in the living room. I called him. He usually meows when he hears me. He didn't meow this time, so I thought he didn't hear me or he was somewhere else. But he's right here. He just came running. The fireworks are scaring you. Oh. He needs a bath. If he was clean, I would pick him up now to show you guys. He is afraid of the noise of the fireworks. Alright, look. I'm gonna let you stay, alright? But you are not to go exactly where you're going now. Oh, he's loafing between my feet. Well, now I can't move my chair forward because he's in the way. All right. I guess I'm streaming this like this now. I'm sitting on the edge of my chair, just so I don't disturb him. All right, you guys can still see me fine, right? Yeah, but there's like half a mile between my back and the back of the chair. All right, where was I? Oh yes, I was finishing this up. Duh. All of them are in place. Okay, perfect. Okay, so when I move the joysticks, you can still see the red circles there, which are marking where the joystick should be. Now, that is only supposed to be... Hang on, I gotta click on OBS Photoshop. So these here... let me hide the controller first. So these here, they are only supposed to be visible and available to me, because I need... Well, these are the positions where the button should go. For you guys, when you download this controller overlay, if you download it, for free, mind you, always free, I'll never charge for these, but a tip is welcome. Both for you and for me, when I am using this, these markings will not be here. They are not supposed to be there, they are supposed to be gone. So let's make them be gone, right? There, they're gone. Let's save this, and now let's update the PNG file for the version of the controller that you are actually going to be downloading. Because this was just for my debugging. Yeah, debugging, sure. Let's go with that. Here, let's update this one. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I don't just have to update the version with the joysticks. I also got to update the classic version without them to include the change that I made for the shoulder buttons and well, not the trigger buttons, excuse me, for the shoulder buttons. That actually should be the quickest and easiest thing to do. Yeah. Look, I'm gonna do it now. I'll do it again. Wait. Oh, I'm also gonna have to update the graphics for the Famicom version. Okay, one thing at a time. You behave yourself down there, okay? This file here that I have right now, Super Nintendo controller sample. This is literally just a sample slash backup, but that's for my own use. The actual settings file for the actual thing you guys will be downloading, and that I'm actually going to be using myself, is actually this one, super-nintendo-controller.json. So save, and that is for the version with the joysticks. And now let's update the one without them. Yeah. The difference on the settings file, right now I just pasted the exact same settings as the version with the joysticks. The difference on this one is where I'm going to be telling the plugin where it should look for the graphic, for say the joysticks, for example, because I don't really want to make a different settings file. Well, You are distracting me. Meow. A big yawn. Alright. Sorry, my cat's distracting me. You look too cute. He's super cute. Where was I? Right. Updating the graphics. You know, actually... Hang on a second. These here, they are the ones that are currently on my Ko-fi. These are the files that I uploaded for download there. Not the work in progress project file, whatever. Let me compare these two here. Was I? Okay, no, yeah, there is a difference. There is a difference. Okay, these are the older graphics before these tweaks I'm working on now. Okay, yes. So that does need some extra changing. So this for the version with the thumbnails, with the joysticks, it stays like this, but for the classic version, you know, the one that does not have these extras, I am going to be removing the joysticks and the triggers. There we go. Now let's save this. Let's save this to this file over here. Yes. Stop dinging, Windows. Shut up. Shut up, Windows. There we go. Now let's bring them back, because I also got to update the Famicom version as well. And that is actually a separate thing over here. Let's hide this. Okay, so on the Famicom, I am going to completely remove these old graphics and replace them with these here. Now the way I'm going to do this is actually, I'm just going to duplicate this and erase everything that isn't what is supposed to go there, and then merge the layers. So like all of this can go away, and this and these, and now just put these two together. Ah, fudge. Hang on. Give me that name. Oh, actually, if I move this up and merge it down, then it's going to keep the name. I won't have to edit it. Okay. So this here is now... Oh, no, hold on. For the Famicom, there is some difference to the body of the controller as well. So this is for the classic or American one. This here is for the Famicom. Okay, that does stay there. Alright, so now let's save this. Not as a Pixar file, I don't even know what that extension is. This will... Oh, actually, the Famicom should also have two versions. The classic one without joysticks and thumbnail. Why do I keep... Why does my brain wants to insist on saying thumbnail instead of joystick? It's either thumbnail or thumbstick. There's a thumbstick. Anyway, I lost track of what I was saying again. Hang on. Right. So the Famicom version of this controller is also supposed to have a version with the joysticks and triggers, and a version which I call classic without them, which is, you know, actually the original controller. So since I have the joysticks visible there, let's first update the Famicom version with the sticks. Yeah, there. Save this PSD. Let's now update the file without these guys. There we go. Save as PNG, and this one. There we go. Oops. Oh, hang on a second. What are you doing, Bob? Hang on, maybe he saw a cockroach. Hang on. No. Nothing. He actually just walked out. It's just the way he walked out was a bit weird. He was like crouching. Anyway, I can move my chair back in place. All right. Oh, much better. I forgot about the fan. It's no wonder my back is so sweaty. Yeah, I don't think I need to do anything else with the graphics file now. Just save the PNG, the PSD. Now what I will do is I'm gonna make a backup of these graphics here. Old, oops, this, and that. Copy, paste. There we go. And let's replace them. Well, before I replace them, oh, I haven't finished working on the settings files. Hang on. Let me see, where am I with this? So this one is for the SNES controller, the American version, without the sticks. I'm not actually going to change the code. What I will change is where the plugin should look for to try and find the graphics for the joysticks and the trigger buttons. So let's begin with the triggers. Hey, Bobby's back. Hi. Yeah, he's 100% afraid of the noise the fireworks are making. You know when a cat is like hunting, for example, the way they lower themselves to the ground, you know? He walked that way out of here and entered and came back in the same way. Oh. This is like, how old is this cat? I think he was born in 2020. My brother has the actual birth date of Bob. He was born in this house here. But yeah, I think he, as of 2025, I think he's 5 years old. So yeah, this is his 5th New Year's fireworks and stuff. Alright, I forgot what I was doing again. You distracted me, Keggy. Yes, I was going to change where the plugin should look for the graphics for the triggers and the joysticks. Okay, so this is where it should look for them, right? Look for them on 0 by 0. Should I use 1? I think I should use 1. I never tested it, but I think that it might be a little problematic if I don't use 1. Nah, do 0. If I have issues with this, I'll just add it back. Okay, 0, 0, 0. Position of the thing, 0. Also 0. Now for the right trigger, there. 0, 0. Let's now see the joysticks. 0 for the left stick, all zeros. 0, oh actually I can just paste this here, perfect. Same thing for the right one. There we go, and save. Okay, so this is here. This here is for the classic one, the one without the joysticks and stuff. Let's test it. I'm gonna keep this settings file open, just in case. This here I can close. That is basically just a backup for my workbench, I guess. Anyway, let's put the you know, I'm just going to remove this and add it again. Could you not rub over there, please? Your input overlay, okay. Let's pick the new graphics for the classic controller and the settings file for that one. Set my controller. There we go. Working perfectly. And with the thicker shoulder buttons now, which should, in theory anyway, up to be tested, be way easier to see. You know, let's test that right now, shall we? Let me hide this and enable the overlay as it is already set up. There, I just need to update the graphics on this here now. So let me do that real quick. Controller overlays, Super Nintendo. Change to this one and then back. Now change the settings file. Stop rubbing there, Bob, please. I already took a shower today. I don't want to have to take another one. You need a bath. Did I change the settings file? Okay, if I didn't before, now I did. Let me put this on full screen so I can see it as well. Hang on. Now let me put this on full screen for myself. Oh yeah. Oh, look at that. So much easier to see the shoulder buttons now being pressed. There. L, R, perfect. Perfect, perfect. Should I change the color of the start and select when they are pressed? I think they are a little too gray. Let me check on the sample over here. Should I maybe make these two buttons when they are pressed the same color as the left and right? I think I will. I mean, this is fine what I got going on here, but especially when the overlay is on a smaller size, it kind of looks like the button just disappears when you press it. Yeah, I'm going to change that. So let's hide that. Let's close this. Make this top visible again. Let's go back here. The only problem with this is that I'm gonna have to re-update all of the files. But it's fine. Actually, I only have to work on this part down here. Yeah, just this. So let's sample from this and lock the layer and recolor just this here. Oops, I might, you know what, let me isolate them. There. Okay, you know what, Bob? Rub on my leg all you want. I'll wash them again later. He seriously need a bath. Actually, my brother and I were talking about it just before Christmas. Just a few days before Christmas. to check out pet shops in the city to see which one of them has the best prices, you know. I think I found the best option, but the problem is that they are completely booked with dogs, of all things. Their baths are completely booked for the entire month of December. So Bob is gonna have to wait for a few more days to have his bath. Not that he's actually looking forward to that, because I'm pretty sure if he could understand, he would oppose. Alright, so let's save this. This is the Famicom with joysticks. So let's save it to the appropriate PNG. There we go. Now, oops. What am I doing? Now let's remove the joysticks and the triggers for the classic original version of this controller, while keeping, of course, the change that I made to the start and select buttons. Okay, so this here now gets replaced, right? Now bring these back, hide that, and make now the Super Nintendo one visible. I mean, the American Super Nintendo. Also, I almost forgot, I gotta switch these two here. Turn this one off, this one on for the American one. And here, oh my god, could you stop doing that, Windows? There we go. Ah, I forgot to lock the layer. There we go. There we go. Save the PSD, and let's save this as a PNG. First this one, and now the one without the joysticks and the triggers. I gotta unlock the layer before deleting. Okay, this goes here. Okay. Save, and let's test. I might be jumping the gun a little bit, but I'm gonna go ahead and already replace these here. Alright, let's see. Let me update the graphic on OBS. Yeah, let me start with the classic. And actually, don't have to change the settings file, only the graphics file. Okay, let me put this on full screen so I can also see this on full screen. Here. No, wrong button. Oh my god, I accidentally triggered an ad. Can I stop it? I can't stop it! Alright, while the thing runs, I'm just gonna... I don't know. God damn it. I am so sorry for what I just did. Well, while the ad plays, I guess I will change the... I'll update the graphic here too. Okay, so now I have the big one for easier view and the small one for actual use. Okay, hopefully the ads should be done very soon. In any case, yeah, look at this. It's way easier to see them now. Oh, so yes, the select and start, much better. It was a good idea to do that. Look at that. Alright, let's now check the version with the joysticks. So let me change graphics now. Oh, hang on, before I do that, Let me check the Famicom one. Let me change the graphic for the Famicom on the bottom of the screen there as well. Although I myself don't use this, but you know, so you guys can have choices. Nice. Perfect. Yeah. Oh, that is so neat. I like it. Nice. All right, let's check now the version with the thumbsticks. Almost said thumbnails again. And I said thumbsticks. The joysticks. Why can't I say joysticks? My God. All right, let's begin with the American Super Nintendo, and that's the wait. No, that's right. It's the settings file that is the wrong one. Okay, so this is for the one on the bottom of the screen there, the one that I actually use on my streams. So, you know, a small size for reference. Let me change now this bigger one here. And there. Yeah, look at him. Nice. There's the triggers, the shoulder buttons, the regular buttons, start, select. Though, well, I don't think I will ever be using the version with the joysticks, to be honest. Not if I am playing an actual Super Nintendo game, that is. Unless I decide to play Doom for the Super Nintendo, in which case I can use this. Although that is kind of slightly cheating a little bit, you know. But hey, it's an option. Then again, I do have an overlay for this controller in particular. Yeah, you know what? How about we take this little puppy for a little test drive, shall we? Yeah, let me boot up Doom for the SNES. Let me hide this overlay first. Hang on, let me open RetroArch. I'm not gonna play the entire game now, okay? I'm just taking this new controller graphics that I just tweaked for a quick spin. Let's do a test drive of this little baby. Alright, there we go. Let's pause the music. And look at the thing there. Nice. Bob, you can rub, but you cannot climb over there. Fine. Oh, the game is not showing. Hang on, why is it not showing for you guys? Game, please. Hang on. I'll just enable desktop capture. There. There we go, it is working. Oh, look at that, it's so nice. Except that because there's so much blackness around the game itself, we can't really see much of the joysticks. But hey, you and I know that they are there. There we go, nice. Bob, settle down. I think he wants to climb on my lap. Yesterday I actually got kind of angry with him because he clawed at my chair, and I don't want my chair to be destroyed. So you better not do that today as well, Bob, please. Anyway, so yeah, look at that. Awesome. And of course, here, let me turn this controller off. I don't know why I'm looking up there on OBS. Now, this controller that I was using just now, the triggers on this one, they do not have analog inputs. They are digital, so it's either on or off. This other controller, on the other hand, like an Xbox controller, for example, this one does have analog triggers. So if you look there on the overlay now, even though that is the SNES overlay, you can now see. Bob, don't do this. Stop. Don't make me put you outside and close the door. Anyway, you can now see the trigger button going up on the overlay. Look at that. See? Nice. And with full workiness, that is not a word. And there we go. I did it. I did it. I will quickly check, double check rather, the Famicom versions as well, just to be sure, you know, just to be safe. But otherwise, I think this tweaked version of the SNES controller overlay for OBS is ready to be uploaded. And again, completely free. You guys don't have to pay a single penny, not even a cent. But a tip is welcome. I already tested the one without the joysticks. Let me test the one with the joysticks. Yeah, there it is. Excellent. Perfecto. Wonderful. Gotta change guns. I don't know why I'm still looking up at OBS on the top screen. I gotta close this before I just start playing Doom. No, I'm not supposed to be playing Doom now. Hang on. I really like the Super Nintendo version of Doom. I really do. Non-ironically. I legit really like that one. It is my favorite console port of Doom. Why? I don't know. I just really like it. What was I going to do? Oh, I gotta change this back to the one that I normally use, so hang on a second. There and there. Turn this on. There we go, perfect. Okay, let me turn off this particular overlay. There we go. It's off. What time is it? I still have some time before the new year arrives. Besides this one, which one? Hang on a second. Okay, that is right. I just gotta close this in OBS. Oh, and remove this one here too. Hang on. There we go. Oh, I haven't finished updating the settings files for the setting file. I mean, yeah, files. That's right. For the Bob, don't. For the Famicom version. So hang on, that's the classic. That's already done, right? The classic American. Yes. Okay, so let's copy all of this code over to the Famicom Classic. You can actually use these settings files interchangeably. They work all the same. And now this one, copy all of this over to this one. And also this one. Alright, so now all of these files, is all of them, right? 1 controller, 2 controllers, 3 controllers, 4 controllers. No, not all of them. These here, they do not go. Only these here. Okay, so all of these, copy, paste them here. I should not have done that yet because I wanted to keep a backup of the original settings files, which is actually fine because I have them right here. I forgot about that. Hang on. Yeah, give me this. Yeah, this, and give me everything. Yeah. Okay, so this is a backup of the old original ones. I'll probably never need that again, but if I do, for some reason, they're there. Let's now update this file here. And what this file is the one you guys can get for free on my coffee shop when you go over there to download this controller overlay. I just need to update the files in here, so they are using the tweaked versions and improved versions that I just worked on. So I just gotta dump them in there. Do I need to change anything on this? Nah. And there we go, that is done. Just to double check, let me minimize everything, paste that zip file on my desktop. Let's pretend I just downloaded this. Here, extract files. Just double check that these are indeed, yes, they are indeed the newer version. Perfect. Ooh, no, not perfect. I forgot to make the letters visible again. On the two American Super Nintendo controllers. It's a very good thing that I just did this test. Okay, this can be deleted. Oh, I really didn't see that I didn't have the letters visible there. Why did I even hide them in the first place? There was no need to do that. Odd. Odd things that Odd Mike does. Okay, let's just update this one. And now for the version without the joysticks. I can't really see it if I don't zoom in. There we go, now I can see. Shut up, Photoshop. There. Save. And replace that one. And save the PSD. Alright, now let's triple check. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. And that is correct. So copy these, paste them here, replace the files. And let's replace the files in the zip file as well. There we go. And now let's quadruple check. I'm copying this from this folder and I'm gonna put it on my desktop as if I had just downloaded it from my coffee shop. Let's unpack and check. That's not how to unpack. And check if the PNGs in there are indeed what they are supposed to be. Oh, excuse me. There we go. Now they are what they are supposed to be. Excuse me. And you know what I'm going to do now? I will update the overlay stuff you can download. I mean, the Super Nintendo controller overlay on my shop. I'm going to do that. How do I do that? I never did this before. Man, you have no idea how happy I feel whenever I see that one of these has been downloaded by someone. And so far, the Super Nintendo is the one that most gets downloads. I love that people seem to be liking these and enjoying them. I really do. But yeah, let's update this one. How? I really don't know how to do that. Yeah, hold up. Hold up. I think I am in the wrong location to do that. Yes, edit. Here. Delete this. And I can just drag the file here. Wrong folder. Here we go. Is it done? It's done. So I guess I just save changes. There we go. Oh, hang on a second. I should update these previews here. Yes, I should do that too. Yeah, I think I will also update. There is a video here. Yeah, this here is a little demonstration. Let me pause the music. I'm going to put this on full screen. Yeah, so this is a little video preview that I recorded to demonstrate the overlay in action in OBS. You know, I will have to update this here. Okay, this is actually going to take a little longer than I was expecting. No problem. Fireworks! Alright, not a problem. You know, I'm just gonna do that now. Yeah, I'll do it now. There's one more thing that I gotta do. And this is actually kind of necessary for what I am about to do. And that is making all the buttons visible. I can do this in two ways actually. I can put the controller in full screen on OBS and screenshots from OBS, or I can make them visible here and save that as a PNG file. I'm gonna do the OBS route. So what I'm going to do now is actually switch everything to my testing scene. And now you guys cannot see me, but you can still hear me. And you can see a big Xbox controller on the screen. Hang on, let me switch this to the Super Nintendo. Hang on. Here's Super Nintendo. Let's begin with the classic American Super Nintendo. Right? Let's now add the settings file. There we go. And I now just have to take a screenshot of this in OBS. Which one of these buttons is the screenshot? Hang on. I don't think that worked. What about this one? I don't think that did anything either. I'll just use the old the old shortcut on my Stream Deck. Hang on. That didn't work either. What? Why? Hold on, let me go back here. Has it really not? Yeah, it hasn't. Why? This here should take a screenshot from OBS. Something changed. Oh, now you took the screenshot. Why not before? Okay, so are these buttons here actually working for the screenshot as well? No, they aren't. Or did I only set these two on Linux? I only set those other two on Linux, yes. That's why they don't work. I still don't understand why the one on the Stream Deck didn't work at first. Anyway, let me switch back to the scene with the controller so I can screenshot that to update the thumbnails. And it didn't work again. Why? Hang on. Oh, what's chat on the screen on this scene? I don't remember adding that there. There we go. Now it worked. Funky thing. Alright, let me now switch this to the Super Famicom controller. The one without the joysticks. Which is this here. Okay, and screenshot. Screenshot taken. I am going to also include on the previews, the thumbnails, the version with the joysticks. Yes, I'm going to do that. I didn't do that with the original version of these controller overlays, but I'm going to do it now. There we go. That's the Super Nintendo with the simplified joysticks. The American Super Nintendo, that is. I don't think the screenshot worked. Hang on. Okay, now it worked. Now let's switch this to the Super Famicom version with the joysticks. There we go. I got these. Let's go back to this scene here. That's the wrong scene. This is the correct scene. Yeah, there we go. Oh, beautiful. This one, not so much. Yeah. Delete this. Okay. Now give me these. Copy. I'm gonna save a backup of the old ones. I like to have backups. Let's move these into here. And paste these in place. Alright, now I'm actually going to update the thumbnail for each one of these controllers first, and then I'm going to take some screenshots of the overlay actually in action. Actually in action. Interesting phrase. How many screenshots can I add? Can I add a bunch? I actually don't know. Oh, I can. Okay, remove this one, and let's add, wait, cut, paste, okay, and let's add them, nope, that's Photoshop. Let's add them from here. Can I move these around? I think I can. This is the first time that I'm doing this. Yeah, it looks like I can. Okay, so this here is the classic American. This is the classic Japanese, the Super Famicom. This is the American with the simplified joysticks. And this is the Famicom with the simplified joysticks. Okay, so save changes. Yeah, nice. Oh, look at them. Cool. Okay. Let's update these screenshots next. Now, the way I did this originally, I did this when I was actually recording gameplay footage to have the, well, to show the controller in action, the controller overlay in action, sorry. But for me to do that now while streaming, I'll have to switch to a clean scene. So you guys won't see me because my camera won't be on the screen. Well, I don't necessarily have to do it that way, but I'll do it that way. Anyway, I should do this after I end the stream actually, because otherwise I will have to switch to a clean scene that I have on OBS that does not have my the face cam, doesn't have the overlays, etc. Doesn't even have chat or anything at all. It's just, well, it's literally just this, just the controller and the game. I don't really want to do that on stream, you know, change to that scene, that is, because this could take a few minutes. Yeah, I won't do that. Not now. I'll do it after I end the stream. But the updated controller overlay for the my Super Nintendo OBS. Well, let me start the phrase over. I will do that later after the stream. Hey, Reptane, welcome back. Anyway, as I was trying to say, I'll do that later after I end the stream. But if you guys would like, you can already right now download the updated versions, because this is a pack containing multiple versions of the same controller overlay. Anyway, you can download the updated versions of my Super Nintendo controller overlay for OBS Studio on my coffee shop right now for The big price of free. Yes, it's free. I'm never gonna be charging for these, but a tip is always welcome. All you gotta do is go to my coffee shop, go to shop, and just click this button here that I'm clicking right. Well, actually, zero. I cannot pay myself. And just do this. Yeah. View contents, download, save as, desktop, save. I know, phone. I know I just bought a thing for myself. You don't have to tell me. And there we go. There's the controller's overlay for the Super Nintendo. Extract files. Okay. Here they are. All freshly tweaked. Ready for use. All you gotta do is install the plugin OBS, download the controller, set it up, and off to the races. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm going to delete these because I already have them. They are right here. Okay, now let me see. What time is it? It's almost just over an hour and 3 minutes more or less until New Year's arrives here where I am. Let me wrap this up because I don't think I'm gonna be working on this anymore. Not today anyway, or at least not on this stream. Excuse me. Let me take a look. That's the wrong folder. Let me take a look at the other controllers that I have, because this was not the only one that needed some TLC. Have I ever thought of making any tweaks to this one? So obviously this one that you see on the screen right now is this one. I mean, it's based on this one. Yeah, maybe I could do some updating on this one. Like change this area here where the select and start buttons are located. This controller also has some detail around. You know, let me put it close so you guys can see. See this line on the top here going all around up onto the joystick? Yeah, this graphic here does not have that. This was actually the very first one of my controller overlays that I made. This was way before I thought about making them available for download on Ko-fi. Now obviously the trigger buttons, they are actually not popping out like that on the actual real thing, but you know, you gotta be able to see them on the... Ironically, you can't see what I'm showing. You gotta make them visible up there. But anyway, yeah, I think I have one string of cat hair on the back of my of my mouth. It's your fault, Bob. Ugh. And before I barf a hairball. Yeah, so yeah, I think this one could use a little bit of updating to the graphic, but I'm not going to do this one now. No. My priority. Oh, by the way, this one has a black version. I haven't released this one on my coffee shop yet. I will do so after I finish doing some tweaking on this one, but also because I didn't really finish this one yet. This was, well, I mean, it is mostly finished. It's not just not 100% finished. So yeah, that one is going to wait a little bit more. But when that one is done, I am going to put this in the same package as the gray one, which is this one. And eventually I would like to make other versions of this one, you know, other colors, because 8BitDo, they do have these controllers in other different colors other than gray and black. So yeah, you know, don't have to add all of the colors, but you guys have more options. In any case, I was gonna wait. Now I think this one also is one of the controllers that I was thinking of doing some updating on the visuals. Yeah, just like that one with the line going around. This one does not have that on this graphic here. I do think the region where the select and start buttons go, I think this could use a little bit of tweaking. But otherwise, I think it is fine as it is. No need to be changed further. Also, this one, it is not available on my coffee shop yet. I just remembered. Yeah, okay, I remember now. I didn't release this one on my coffee shop yet because I was still going to make a few visual tweaks to its graphics. So that's why this one is not there yet. I also want to make some different versions of this one, you know, different colors and stuff. Again, options. Now I also have a Game Boy Advance SP overlay. This one is something that I am still debating whether or not I actually want to put on the coffee shop. I'm not sure why, but let me switch scenes. Actually, I don't have that scene set up here. I'm gonna do it manually. Hang on. GBA stream. Okay, my camera is not on this scene, but the overlay is. I mean, it's a Game Boy Advance SP. It's just this little thing on the side here. I'm still debating whether or not I should make this one available on coffee as well. I like it. I just can't decide if I should or not. Anyway, let's go back to this scene here that I am using right now. I don't know. Should I put this one there too? If I do, I think I'm going to change how the D-pad looks. Not how the D-pad itself looks, but how the button presses look. I don't know. That's something yet to be decided. But just like the Game Boy Advance, I also have a couple more. One for the Game Boy Color and one for the Game Boy Pocket. This here's the Pocket. Let me switch to the scene that has this set up. Here. I actually didn't finish setting this scene up in OBS, but this here is supposed to be one of the scenes that I can use for live streaming. But anyway, it's here, super simple. It's based on the gray Game Boy Pocket. I like it, but I'm not sure if it is actually stuff that people would really be interested in downloading from the shop. And there's also the Game Boy Color. This one. And this one you guys saw, just like with the GBA one, you saw on stream before. Let me switch to my Game Boy Color scene. And there it is. Again, very simple. It's based on Game Boy Green. As a matter of fact, hang on, let me switch scenes again. As a matter of fact, my Game Boy is very green. It's a bit cumbersome to pick it up, but trust me, it is green. Actually, the house where I live is green, the car that I drive is green, my Game Boy Color is green, the shirt that I am wearing right now is green, the shorts that I am wearing are also green. I think I like green. Now the house and the car, that is just pure coincidence. I just haven't thought of those until now. But yeah, just pure coincidence. As for the Game Boy and this controller, obviously, they are green by choice. But yeah, let's see what else I have here. Oh yes, this is the not Game Boy, the GameCube controller overlay. I used this one on my playthrough of Star Fox Adventures earlier this year. Right now, I only have the the purple variant of the GameCube controller. I want to make a few more. I want to make a silver one because I actually own a silver GameCube controller, and also a black one, which I also own that one of those, and obviously a green one. You gotta have green. You gotta have your greens. But yeah, I don't think this one needs any tweaking before I can release it. I think the only reason why I didn't release it, let me put it on the screen. I think the only reason why I haven't released it, made it available on Coffee yet, is because I haven't captured any screenshots and gameplay footage of this one in actual use. But as you can see it on the screen, it is fully functional, even if you are using a controller that has pressable joysticks. See, they actually work. Needless to say, this works perfectly fine with an actual GameCube controller, which again is what I used when I did my playthrough of Star Fox. Nice. Welcome back, Reptang. So yeah, that's the only reason why I haven't released this one yet. I'll see if I can muster the energy to finally capture screenshots and some gameplay footage of this one in action so I can actually put it on the shop. So I'm not going to make any promises, but do expect the GameCube controller overlay for OBS to be made available in my coffee shop still in this month of January. That is, well, for me it still hasn't started, but it is going to start soon. Let's take a look at this Game Boy Nintendo 64 controller, and this one is currently available in my coffee shop, again also for free. All of my controller overlays for OBS, all of them are free. You can download them, use them for free. A tip is always welcome if you can leave one, for the hard work and to help, because it really helps. The only thing I ask is that these are not re-uploaded, modified, re-uploaded, and redistributed, and especially that don't edit them, don't re-upload them, and do not charge anything for these. If you upload, do not charge, but preferably do not re-upload them. Okay? Please don't. Be respectful. But yeah, the N64 is currently available on the coffee shop. I haven't used this one on a live stream yet, but I do have it set up in OBS. Let me give you a quick demonstration. Controller overlays, Nintendo 64. There it is, on the corner of the screen here, right next to Sylvie, the little white dragon on the corner. And I haven't tested it with an actual Nintendo 64 controller through an adapter, obviously, because I don't have one. But in theory, it should work just fine like the GameCube controller, which I do have an adapter for, and I have used on stream before. But anyway, the graphics file for this one looks like this, but the actual controller itself looks like that there on the corner of the screen. So if you look at the joystick there, see, it works. It is also clickable if you press on it. See, nice. 50 more minutes for me. Yes, exactly 50 minutes. It is now 11:10 in the evening. That's the B button. That's the A button. The D-pad, left and right. The triggers. This one is set up to use if you are using a controller that has 2 triggers. It is going to light up the Z button, since that's the only trigger the Nintendo 64 controller has. So I assigned that one on the graphic of the overlay to both triggers. Yeah. Also the start button. Now select doesn't do anything because the Nintendo 64 controller does not have a select button. The only thing that I couldn't set up the way I wanted to are the C buttons on the N64 controller. I don't know if it is possible to do it. I still have to study this further and look more into it. But I want here the N64 controller does not have a right joystick. It only has one joystick, right? Which is gonna be this one here. I want the right joystick to cause button presses on the C buttons on the graphic for the controller overlay. Let me put this on full screen so I can show you more clearly. So I want that whenever you move the right joystick up, for example, that this yellow button on the top here lights up. If you move it down, then that this one lights up. If you move left or right, then the one on the left or right light up. I want it to work that way, but since I couldn't figure that out yet, the way this works is, if you can look at the overlay of the controller on the corner of the screen there, the small one, the way it is currently set up is that when you move the joystick, the actual C letter moves around. Actually, it's going to be easier to demonstrate if I put this on full screen. Hold up. I'm not going to switch scenes again. I'm just going to add a new controller input source. Here, browse, presets, Nintendo 64. Now the settings file for the thing. Yeah, it's gotta assign the controller to it. Okay, there. This way you can see the controller and also myself. And so yeah, like I was explaining, the triggers, both of them trigger the Z button, right? The left joystick controls the only one joystick the N64 has. And if you're using a controller that where you can press on the joystick, it also lights up to show that that it is being pressed. See there. Start, select doesn't do anything because that button does not exist on the N64. And obviously the D-pad, see, the left and right buttons. And oh yes, B and A. See? And here's what I was explaining about the right joystick. See the C button moving around there? Yeah, that is how it works right now. I don't know if it is possible to make it the way I was explaining to you guys, where if you move up, instead of the C moving, this button up here lights up, like the B, for example, you know, when it's pressed. Then move it down, then the one down there gets pressed and stuff. I couldn't figure that out yet, but I promise you that as soon as I can figure this out, if it is possible to be done anyway, I will be updating the N64 controller overlay on my shop so you can download from there. I'm also going to, oh yes, I got a post that I have just updated the Super Nintendo one. Yeah, shoot, I was forgetting. But anyway, to finish that sentence, what am I doing? Yes, remove. To finish that sentence, if that can be done, I will update it on the shop, and I will make it available immediately. Also, I mean, post that it is available with the fix. Hang on, let me update this real quick. Not update, post. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everyone. I misspelled everyone. Happy New Year, everyone. New Year. Hope this one will be... I misspelled hope. Hope this one... Shut up, phone. coffee. Nah, just a monthly roundup. Here, have a fat rat. I'll check it out in a moment. Let me just finish writing this real quick. Hope this one will be better than the previous. Nah. Hope 2026 will be better than 2025 for all of us. And hey, I bring you guys a little present. I just updated my Super Nintendo controller overlay for OBS Studio. For OBS Studio, you can download it. Oops. Right now, I'm gonna put free in all caps. For free on my coffee shop. A tip is welcome, of course, but it is completely free. Sounds good? I'm gonna put the link here. I should also post this on other platforms. I don't think this is going to fit on Twitter though. Let me see. Hey, Spartan, welcome back. That is a lot of notifications. All right. Yeah, it doesn't fit. I'm gonna have to edit this a little bit. Actually, no, I can make a post. Yeah, whatever. I can do this differently. Let me finish this here on coffee first. And blah blah blah. Of course, but otherwise it is completely free. Download it now. Install and install it on your OBS and have fun, enjoy, happy gaming. Happy gaming and happy streaming. Yeah, I think that's good enough, right? Yeah, that's good enough. Or should I add a little description of what I changed? Also, I misspelled otherwise. There. Otherwise is spelled with an O, not an I. Otherwise, it is going to be eitherwise, which is not a word. Fat rat. Are you talking about the musician? Hang on. Let me pause the music. Let's open that. Oh, is this the... It's not. It is not what I thought it was going to be. It is an actual fat rat. Where do I know this music from? I know it from somewhere. Oh, just a still image. Okay. I'm gonna... Robotnik's theme. That's where I know it from. Yeah. I hardly ever play any Sonic game, so that's why I couldn't remember. But I would have if I had read here. And in chat. It's actually just a picture of the rat with the music. Okay. Liked. President of nachos and hot dogs. Right? But yeah, should I put a little description of what I changed here? I think I will. It is completely free. I've tweaked the L in our buttons And well, the music is over. Let me play my own. And drastically improve the simplified joystick. Wait, yeah, that's right, joysticks and trigger buttons on the alternative version. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay, and hang on, let me double check for typos. You have no idea how often I have been making typos for the past couple years. Way too many. Even when I proofread myself, I still miss typos every now and then. Add break. Boo! Break! Add break. Rate the rat. I think that rat deserves like that's a tough one. Let me look at it again. Hang on, I have an emote for this. Hang on. There. I rate this rat 10 burgers out of a meatloaf. The hell is even that? Excuse me. The view counts? $2.2 million views. Awesome. 1,000 people did not like the fat rat. They don't know any better. Red Circus music. I put this to the important videos playlist. I reckon that would be a good fit. I reckon it would. But yeah, let me proofread this. Happy New Year, everyone. New Year. Hope 2006 will be better than 2025 for all of us. And hey, I bring you guys a little present. I just updated my Super Nintendo controller overlay for OBS Studio. You can download it right now for free on my coffee shop. A tip is welcome, of course, but otherwise it is completely free. There's a link. I tweaked the L and R buttons and drastically improved the simplified joysticks and trigger buttons on the alternative version. I should probably say versions, since there's actually the American Super Nintendo and the Famicom. Download it now, install it on your OBS, and happy gaming and happy streaming. Okay, no typos. I hope. I don't know if I missed any. I think I'm going to add a preview there too. Should I? Let me see. Oh, that's the N64. Duh. Let me see. Should I add in one of these? I will. Actually, I will add all of them. Yeah. Hold up. No, it wiped my text. No. And I had already hit Control C on the images. Oh no, never mind. I didn't. I panicked for no reason. Oh my god. I know why I thought I had. Because I selected them. Oh jeez. Oof. My god. Update. My friend... Oh, hang on a second. Let me catch up with chat. AI can never understand our humor. Will always be superior. True. My friend was telling me over the phone that AI music and movies are far better. Your friend probably fell on his head when he was born. Because that is baloney. I just said that's not the point. It's not humans. It's synthetic emotion and art. It's not even art at all. It is not art. AI music and movies are far inferior. They don't even qualify, honestly. Especially those things. Then I just mentioned the Terminator movies will be enslaved by machines within 5 years. I don't know about that, but if it keeps going this way, it will definitely come to a time where humankind is so reliant on AI to do everything that the moment the thing goes down, we're gonna know how to do absolutely nothing. Yeah. And no, AI, there's no such thing as AI art. AI doesn't do art. It steals art from real artists, chops it in pieces, put everything together in some way that is horrible, and then just literally barf out the outcome. Yeah, AI cannot do art. Actually, you remember guys just now when I opened Twitter and I said there was a bunch of notifications? I don't know how many likes it has right now so far, but last time I checked, which was earlier before I started the stream, I was close to 300 likes on a post I made. And it is about AI. I'm actually going to show you because I am curious to see how many likes it has now. But anyway, let me post this here first. Okay, I select to post to Twitter as well. Where's my Twitter thing? Hello? Okay, I guess I gotta do it manually. No problem. Hold up. Overlay for OBS has been updated. Check it out on my coffee shop. It's free. There. Excuse me. Oh, we have it has started. Oh yes. Speaking of AI, if you only make one year, why can't I read this? If you only make one New Year's resolution, make it this: support human artists in 2026. It's going to be a tough year, but this is a fight we can win. Fully agreed. Am I just gonna be looking at Twitter now? Let me read chat. I'm pretty sure he fell on his head a few times. Excuse me. A few times. Incredibly drummer? Incredibly drummer and a good dude. Oh, drummer. I didn't read that right. But he's enamored by AI. That is sad. Actually, just a few days ago, I drew something new and I uploaded to my DeviantArt. Actually, I uploaded to basically everything all at once. I didn't hold it back with early access on my Ko-fi, like I normally do with my art. I got hate for that, and I'll show you that. We're already getting lazier as it is, but AI will turn the population into true social slots. Agreed. Their brains will melt and drip down the sink. I agree, but maybe people will go full circle and return to a creative renaissance, or not. ChatGPT, how do I wipe my arse? Yeah, it is actually very nice, but there has been a very quick growth in the hatred for AI. There's a lot of people revolting against AI. And I have said this before on stream. I am fine with AI if used for scientific and medical research, not to do the job of doctors, but to assist them on their job. Like, I do believe there is a place for AI in diagnostics, for example, medical diagnostics. I don't know how true this is, but I read a couple months ago, more or less, that an AI helped detect a cancer on a patient before it developed. So yeah, I think AI being used for this kind of thing is great, perfect. But the way it has been shoved down our throats by big companies this year, the years before as well, but especially this year, that is completely stupid. That's retarded. That should not happen at all. I don't want AI on my operating system. I don't want AI on my phone. If I want AI, I will ask for it. Nobody asked for this. The people who did are a really ginormous, minuscule minority. I know ginormous and minuscule are two different things, but that's just to describe how small it is. You know? But seriously, they are a minority. They are just absurdly vocal. That's the problem. Yep, in medical and scientific engineering role, also engineering, that it could be helpful there. Again, not to do the job for the engineer, to assist on the job. Just see what I was thinking. Yeah, that's because we are smart. Use 140 sandpaper for the most effective way to clean. The only guy I would be in my 50,000 Japanese. Careful there. But yeah, let me. Oh yeah, did I post the thing? Oh yes, I posted the thing. All right, let me see this. Oh, I got new followers too. This image pisses me off in so many ways that I cannot comprehend. Now, okay, so this is the image that I posted earlier that I said that has been getting a lot of likes on X. Now, I don't know if this guy said this because he fully agrees with this or because he loves AI so much he hates that everybody hates AI. I don't know. Just I am not going to say bad things about this guy. I'm just curious to see if there's any AI stuff around here. Actually, I should probably not be looking at this because I don't know if there's anything that I could not show on stream. I should close this immediately. I didn't think of that. But anyway, yeah, this is the thing that has been getting a lot of likes that I posted earlier. And it's true, it is 100% true. Actually, I made a small edit on this where I just added a text on the bottom here saying, what did it say? I think that the text says, that's because we are. Yeah, I'll check that, but let me read chat real quick. I'd rather spend 50,000 on FA commissions before I spend a single cent on anything AI. You know what? You know how much I hate it? I don't like Ford Affinity. I hate that I have to agree with you on that one. It's the same set of matters. Proceed with caution. Yeah. But let me take a quick look at the edit that I made. I didn't post the edit one, but Where is it? Ah, here it is. You guys always act like you're better than me. Oh, she has more fingers than she should. While pixel artists, traditional artists, digital artists, well, we act like that because we are. We are better, superior. We are better than you, AI. We are. We are. 359 likes! Jesus! Yeah. And this has been seen 6.7, but at least 6.7 thousand times. Wow. See what I'm saying? The people who are pro AI and say, "Oh, AI can make art. Oh, I am a real artist because AI art is art." You know, they are a minority, a very small minority. They are just way too vocal, so they are louder than the crowd. The crowd kind of doesn't really give a damn, except we are against it, you know. But we don't go around everywhere shouting, "We hate AI! Down with AI! We hate AI!" You know, unlike those other guys who raise torches and pitchforks the second someone says that AI should not be doing art, should not be used on videos, voice, etc. And that leads me into the thing that I showed you guys about shortly ago. That a couple days ago I drew something and I uploaded it and I got a hate for the thing. Here, let me show you. First, let me catch up with chat. Let's show I actually never watched a single episode of Family Guy. I think most of what I know from Family Guy is just from clips and memes. But yeah, I love the tuba scene. That'll be $60. Yeah. Because here's the thing regarding art, and this I'm gonna say as someone who has been reading into how AI works, but also as an artist. Sure, a hobbyist artist. I'm not a professional artist, but I am an artist nonetheless. No professional, but I can do art. You guys, especially those of you who ever watched any one of my Chill Art Sunday live streams on Sundays, you know I do my own stuff. No one who calls themselves an artist is an artist just because they have an AI barf something out. Okay, that is not art. People who do that, they are not artists. At best, they are a AI prompter, or as I prefer to call them, AI slopper. Because what they do is literally just type a few words and some pseudo artificial intelligence somewhere, God knows where in the world, in some server, eating up all of the RAM in the words, so there's none for us to buy. The thing just grabs the words, has a vague idea of what those should mean, and then steals real art made by real people, cuts them in pieces, then glues those together to make something that looks more or less like what was asked from it, you know? That is not art. That is not art at all. And if you write a prompt and you receive an image from the AI, you cannot say you did that. You cannot call yourself an artist for that. I am sorry if the truth hurts, but that is the truth. AI does not do art. AI art is not art. It's slop. It's garbage. It's been on for 20 years. Oh, you're talking about Family Guy. Some seasons are better than others. As is normal. Agreed. I was about to say that actually. But it has some hilarious materials for the most part. Yeah, most of the stuff that I know from Family Guy are some of the funniest clips people upload. Oh, got another like on the thing. Cool. Oh yes, I forgot I had written something here. This was in response to this image here, where a guy completely surrounded by some awesome, I might add, awesome art tools for traditional art. Also some digital art there as well. for some reason says he can draw, and then there's a guy with a broken smartphone and a smartphone application to draw, saying, "Yeah, I can do it." Yeah, and you know what? This is actually very true, and that's why I posted this response here. Traditional, digital, or pixel, it doesn't matter which, so long as you do it yourself, like all artists do. I mean, I think I misread myself. Traditional, digital, or pixel, it doesn't matter which, so long as you do it yourself, like all artists do. Yeah, that's what I said. Meaning that if you're doing it yourself, even if you don't know how to draw, if you took the effort to pick a pencil and a piece of paper, or even a mouse, computer mouse, and Microsoft Paint on Windows, or even your smartphone with an application like this guy here, for example, and you draw the stuff yourself, not have an AI do it for you, then you are doing art. And even if it is the very first time you are doing something, even if you just drew a circle. It may not even be a circle, it might be an oval, because you can't draw a circle. Many people can draw a circle. But anyway, that's beside the point. That alone, if you do it yourself, already elevates you to a level far superior to any one of these people who use AI to make art. That's a lot of air quotes there. Let me catch up with chat. Excuse me. Yeah, there's a lot of suckers on this planet that want to take credit for things they didn't actually create from their minders, and so fully agree. And here's a very simple example that even I was gonna say a thing here that could be incredibly offensive to certain people, and I was going to say it with the actual intent to offend, because, I mean, I'm talking about AI sloppers, okay? They are not artists. They don't really deserve respect. Not if they claim to be an artist. They are not artists. But anyway, I will hold back from the terminology that I was going to use. So I will instead just say this. I forgot what I was going to say. Hold on. Oh yeah, here's a very simple example that should be very easy for anyone to understand. And if you can't understand it, so I am very sorry, but that is a you problem, because I am going to chew things and spit it out, make it as simple as possible to understand. An AI prompter, or an AI slopper as I prefer to call them, who makes art, just type some words and an AI gives an image. A person who does that and say, "Hey, I made this. Look, I am an artist. Yeah. Wanna buy?" Someone who does that is the equivalent of, imagine you walk into a restaurant, right? Imagine you walk into a restaurant, you order some food, right? A restaurant, a snack bar, like, I don't know. Go to Burger King. You go to Burger King, and you ask the clerk there to prepare you a double Whopper with bacon, some fries, and a nice cup of Pepsi. Okay? What did you just do right there? So you went to a place that does things, and you gave a few instructions, right? I want a Whopper. I want the Whopper to have bacon. I want some fries, and I want a Pepsi soda. So I went to Burger King, you placed that order. The clerk asks you to wait for a little bit while your order is prepared. And then, a few minutes later, you are delivered a tray with a burger, you know, the Whopper, the double Whopper you ordered with bacon, the fries, the soda. You go to your table, and well, normal people would enjoy the meal. But for the sake of this example, what I'm trying to say is, you go to Burger King, you make that order, you give the instructions, and then you receive your snack, you receive your food, and you say, "Hey, guys, I cook at this. Look, I know how to cook. I'm a cook. You know, look, I'm a chef. I'm a kitchen chef. I made this burger. I made it. Wanna buy?" That is what AI art is. That is what people who make AI art and claim they are artists, and that what comes out is art. That is what they are doing. It is no different from going to Burger King, McDonald's, some restaurants, order some food, and then when you receive the food, you say, "Hey, I'm the one who cooked this," you know? Or, for another simple example, fireworks. For another simple example, you buy a car, right? You go to the dealership, you tell the guy there, the salesman, you want a car with 4 wheels, an engine, air conditioning, and I don't know, Bluetooth speakers. And then you receive that car that you asked, and you say, "Hey, I built this car. I am the one who built this car. I'm an engineer. I built this car. Wanna buy?" But yeah, that is AI art and AI artists in a nutshell. That is literally how it works. "Oh, Mike, but that is not the same thing." It is exactly the same thing. If I have to draw, I will draw it for you to understand. It is exactly the same thing. All you gotta do is replace, like for the Burger King example, switch you asking the clerk for a burger with 2 patties, bacon, for writing, say, I don't know, "a kid walking, summer," you know? All you gotta do is replace. Because otherwise, the logic behind the thing is the exact same. Not one single difference. You are not a cook just because you ordered a burger. You didn't make that burger, even if you are a cook. You know? You are not a car engineer just because you bought a car with instructions that you gave the salesperson. You are not the one who built the car. You don't know how to build cars. You're not an engineer just because you asked for that car there, you know? That is exactly how AI art and artists... Sorry, I can't say AI art and AI artists without doing air quotes. I can't. Anyway, that's how it works. I'm sorry, but that's it. That's how the world works. That is how it works. That's reality. That is the truth. If you want to call yourself an artist, actually do pick a pencil and draw. "Oh, but the art is not accessible." Dude! Literally hundreds of millions of years ago, cavemen, people who didn't even know how to make fire, they were drawing. There was no AI there. And they could draw. What is stopping you? You have a smartphone, you might have a PC. Your PC has Microsoft Paint installed in it, most likely. "Oh, but I'm running Linux." So what? There's GIMP. Sure, GIMP is shit, but there's GIMP. It is an art program. There is literally nothing stopping anyone from drawing. So there is no such thing as, "Oh, I use AI to make art because I don't know why I don't know why I said why in Portuguese just now." Yeah. "Oh, but I use AI because I don't know how to use the thing." Dude, no. That is not an excuse. That is not an excuse. You draw a line on a piece of paper, that is more than AI artists and stuff, you know. And yeah, and cave painters are amazing indeed. Those guys knew their stuff. They were far better artists, I mean, than anyone who types some words and have the AI deliver some garbage. You know? Ooh, another like. But yeah, now sorry for the rant there, but it's true. It's true. You may disagree all you want. It is not going to change how things are. So the thing I drew and uploaded and got some hate for was this. Dude, don't fear the pencil. Pick it up. That's all I posted here. And I think it was 3 or 4 AI sloppers showed up here in the comments. And not a single one of them could conjure a single solid argument in favor of AI. One of them even mistook copyrights and those cease and desist notifications, for example, when you steal intellectual property or stuff like that. He completely mistook copyright law with a freaking fan art. And man, I was flabbergasted by the amount of dumb I saw posted on here. And like this here, for example, fascinating that you claim copyright also while stealing Nintendo's copyright. And this here being clearly hand-drawn, a fan art of Luigi, or more precisely, Ouija. You know? Which again, for the record, I drew this myself. No AI here. And I have all of the original files for this. I can prove it. Don't make me do it because I will. Anyway, for this guy, I just replied with email Nintendo about my copyright theft. Better yet, pick up a pencil and write them a letter. One thing has absolutely nothing to do with the other. Do you really call this like a strong argument in favor of being against or in favor of AI? In favor of AI, I mean? No, it is not. And as I just explained, disagree all you want. That is how it is. You are not the one who made the burger just because you ordered it. Same thing with art. You're not the artist just because you had the AI do something that you told it to do. Just imagine having no idea what the sun, moon, or stars are or any concept of physics, and just experiencing reality in the prehistoric raw consciousness. Well, that's been my mantra for the last few years. Flabbergasted by the amount of dumb. Exactly. Because it is. I still write in cursive and if you can read it. Yeah, now I myself, I personally usually prefer to write, not write. I forgot what it's called. For the record, I also write cursive, okay? Just my writing, it sucks. Sometimes I joke like when I'm receiving an order in the mail and the guy asks me to sign to prove I am receiving it. I joke that, hey, if my writing gets any worse, I'm gonna have to go to doctor school, medical school. But normally I prefer to write. I don't remember what this is called, but like I'm gonna write my name here. You know, I usually prefer to use this kind of writing just because it is easier for most people to understand the letters, the writing. But I absolutely 100% also do write cursive. Here's my name in cursive. At least the way that I do it, and I mess it up. I'm actually not used to writing on a drawing tablet, just drawing. Which is ironic because it should feel the same like it does on paper. But yeah, for some reason I do have this little difficulty. But regardless, here. That L is weird, but it's an L. I cannot have this L be so messy like this. That is horrible. There we go. Michael. I'm gonna write my full name. Hey, hang on. Oops, that can be better. That can be better. I'm gonna write my last name down here. Just just so I don't have to scroll. I don't want to scroll. There. It's ugly, but it's cursive. But yeah, that's the thing, you know. Because there's so many people who can't understand your writing sometimes, I end up preferring to use this style of writing rather than cursive. I can't remember what that one is called. Just to make it easier for people to understand. But yeah, I absolutely can write it. I cannot always read it because just like some people have troubles understanding my writing, I have troubles understanding their writing. So, like my mother's writing, I hate reading anything she writes. That thing is, it's caca. It's horrible. That looks good. Thank you. That means I don't have to go to medical school yet. Because I'm good, because I can't afford it. But oh my god, the number, like, Jesus Christ. People are on fire. People really like that. See, that there is one example of how much the majority of people are actually against AI, and the people who are in favor of it are a minority. And these are usually the people that are less informed, and they basically just follow what the big companies tell them to, like Microsoft, for example, with shoving AI into Windows 11 as an example, saying, hey, this is amazing, you need this, you will want this, you know. And the person is like, yeah. Like, I'm not trying to offend anyone, but again, I'm flabbergasted by the amount of dumb. My writing has been referred to as the Constitution type writing. Oh god, that is hard to understand. At least I tried reading some bits of the American Constitution, you know, the scans of it on the internet. I couldn't understand it. My third grade teacher was big on that, and it stuck. Yeah. But I do think my writing used to be better when I was younger. But then with the advent of the internet and me doing more stuff on my computer than actually writing, you know, I end up losing a little bit of practice. But I still have it. Still got it. But yeah. 1 minute to midnight. Is my cat still here? No, he left. I didn't even notice. But in just a moment, there will be a resounding amount of fireworks. And I think when that happens, I think I'm gonna get up just to look out of the window, and then I'm come back because it's just another day. Yes, technically it has already been 2026 for about an hour, but because my state is in a different time zone than Brazil's official time zone, I am getting it 1 hour later. But in Brasilia, São Paulo, and the East Coast, it's already been 2026 there, and it's almost midnight here in my state, and there's a third time zone, so which is another hour behind my hour. So like the state of Acre, for example, it's gonna be New Year's just another hour from now. It's midnight. Happy New Year! Give me a moment, everybody. I'm gonna peek out of the window. Be right back. There's some very pretty fireworks out there. that's enough fireworks sighting. But yeah, there's some very pretty fireworks out there. Too bad I can't really see much because of the geography of where I live. But yeah, Happy New Year, everyone, and thank you for being here. I actually was not planning to spend New Year's Eve and New Year live streaming. No, you know what I normally do on New Year's? What I normally do is just play Legends of Equestria. Yep. I think this year here has been the first time that I did not play Legends of Equestria. That's a super fun game. I really like that game. I gotta play it again soon. I haven't played it in a while. Man, I don't know where my cat is, but he's probably terrified by these noises. Too bad for him. I bet Rio de Janeiro is going off right now. Actually, they went off 1 hour ago because they are their time zone is different from here. Actually, here let me show you. I want images. Yeah, right here. Let's open this on a new tab. That's really big. Yeah, let's just stick with this one. So right here, all of this area in green, this is the area with a time zone that is what is usually referred to as Brazil's official time zone, or Horário de Brasília, you know, Brazilia's time. So this is set on -3. This area here is the second time zone. This is the time zone where I am located. Right here is my state. So this is on -4. So right now it is 12 and 3 in the morning. But over here in this green area, it is now 1:03 in the morning. Meanwhile, here it is only midnight 3, 12:03, you know. And on this very small red area over here, that is the third time zone, and they are on -5. Right here for them right now, it is 11 p.m. and 4 minutes on December 31st, 2025. Whereas here, we already got the new year. But yeah, over there, they're still gonna wait for another hour. Also, I might be wrong because this region here actually does not really exist. There are rumors that there may be dinosaurs still roaming these areas here, by the way. That is a meme, of course, in case you don't know. It's actually an inside joke in the country. Because this is the state of Acre. This is the farthest state in the country from anything, from any of the biggest urban centers like Campo Grande, which is where I live, which is the capital of the Mato Grosso do Sul state, which is right here. And it's actually located very in the center on the state. And São Paulo, which is right here. You know, Rio de Janeiro, which is somewhere over there. You know, so the place is so far away, and I can't really say how advanced they are in comparison to the rest of the country, but it is so far away that Brazil just made up this joke that Acre doesn't actually exist and there's dinosaurs in there. Yeah. Oh crap, Jurassic Brazil, who knows what lurks in the explored forests around you. Yes, jokingly and literally also, because believe it or not, even now there are still some indigenous tribes in Brazil that have never had any contact with white men. Never. They have been left, like, the way they live right there right now where they are. It is the exact same way they probably were living 1,500 years ago. Actually, no, Brazil is a little older than that, right? Wait, oh, I forgot. How old was Brazil? Let's see. As of 2025, Brazil was 525 years of age. Yes. So yeah, there are still indigenous people in some areas of the country that I'm pretty sure they are still living the same way they were living 525 years ago. But yeah, And we believe they should be left alone to their own devices, let them live their lives. But of course, the indigenous people who want to join the rest of the country, of course, they're obviously welcome. They kind of should. Just because they are indigenous people, that doesn't mean they should be deprived from the facility is not the word. From the benefits of modern society, you know, electricity, warm showers, good clothing, computers, phones, cars. Just because they are indigenous, that doesn't mean they should be deprived from those. And oh, Mike, but if they do that, they are going to lose their traditions. They are only going to lose any traditions if they choose to. You know, did you know, for example, that right here, this region of Brazil, this is the south region. This is comprised of the states of Paraná, which is right here. I don't remember if it is this one or this one. That is the Rio Grande do Sul state. I don't remember which one of these, but regardless. These three here, especially the southernmost one, they have a very large concentration of German immigrants. I mean, now it is just German descendants, you know, but many decades ago, many Germans migrated to this region of Brazil. Even to this day, they still hold German traditions that they already had when they were in Germany. Actually, I don't know how accurate this is, but I've heard that currently the south of Brazil is actually more German than Germany itself. That's just going to show what I was just saying now. Just because they are indigenous people, that doesn't mean they have to lose or that they will lose their traditions and stuff. Just because they are, you know, getting access to modern things. No, you can still be modern and still hold your traditions. There's no problem in that. I agree, leave people alone if they want to be left alone. Exactly. And if they want to approach us, want to join, have some stuff from you know, modern life, absolutely, why hold it away from them? And if they want to leave their traditions behind, that's their choice, you know. And even if they don't do that, but don't hold all of them, also there is no real harm in, you know, adopting some new traditions, adapting others. Like the culture we have on this day and age in any country, in the country you are, in the country that I am, the traditions we have now, they are not 100% what they were, say, 100 years ago. They change, they differ, because we come into contact with other nations, other people, other cultures. We absorb stuff from them, we learn things from them, change some of our things, leave some behind. That's how humanity functions, you know. If you want to hold to your traditions and never change them, I'm sorry, but you are going to be left behind. The world will evolve, humanity itself will evolve, and you will, well, you may come to a point where, comparatively speaking, it's like a billionaire with the best car in the world or whatever. Now that's a bad example. It's like the most intelligent person in the world with all of the diplomas, PhDs, and etc. sitting next to, I don't know, a caveman. You know? Traditions change. Culture changes. Lots of World War II guys fled there. Yeah, so I heard. The neighbors are having fun out there. You know what's funny? Right behind this wall, I have one neighbor. At the front of my house. That was right here. Oh, my cat must be so terrified right now. That is literally on the backyard right next to me here. Anyway, so the front of my house is to this side. I don't even know if you can hear me. But anyway, I have a neighbor behind this wall and another one on the other side. and both of them are related. So right now they are celebrating together, but from different houses. And the wall on this side here is very, very, very short. So I can see into their backyard and they can see into my backyard. And the house on the other side, which is a relative of theirs, they built a very high wall, but also a very high area there, that where they usually hold lots of parties there. They party like crazy. But anyway, so they can see each other very easily from here and there. So they're kind of celebrating together, even though they are actually apart, separated by this one house here, where there's just me, God, and the cat. But yeah, let me catch up with Jed there. I have family in Armenia and Denmark that still have the old ways, and it's cool. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, you can evolve. You can follow the progress without abandoning your traditions and beliefs. If you do, that's your choice. That's not an imposition. Unless you move into a dictatorship, especially one that is socialist or communist, both are garbage anyway, then the story is a bit different. Holy crap, dude, did you just get flabbergasted by Rainbow Six Style? Yeah, I actually could see the light of the fireworks through the window here. But yeah, that was loud. Yeah, I don't know where he is right now. He's probably hiding either under the table in the living room, or maybe he entered under the bed over here. I don't know. I haven't seen him in a few minutes. But earlier, before the new year actually hit, before midnight, before all of these fireworks, earlier he was here, really, really shrunk right next to my feet here, because he was afraid of the noise. But yeah. Oh yes, I was telling you guys about the south of the country, and let me show you a picture of what one of those cities look like. Since I was talking about that rumor that supposedly the south of Brazil is more German than Germany itself. Rio Grande do Sul. Yes, it's the last state there. That one is Rio Grande do Sul. Like, they still build stuff in there, following German architecture. I don't know if Germany is still built like this, probably not, but they still do. And man, that's beautiful. Look at that. That is beautiful. Sometimes it snows there, by the way. But yeah, this just goes to show you don't have to abandon traditions and culture just because you moved somewhere else and come into contact with other people and other cultures. Because there's a difference between changing and adapting, changing or leaving behind and adapting. There's a difference there. And many people who defend and say that no, they must never have any contact with our technology, otherwise they're going to lose, they're not going to be them who they are. I may be speaking this out of ignorance, but to me the way that sounds, it sounds like it is coming from someone who mistakes adapting with leaving behind, throwing away. And these are two different things. You can still be you while still adapting to live among others that are different from you. You know that very age-old saying that says, when in Rome, do like the Romans. If you can understand that, that literally just means if you're traveling to somewhere else, some other culture, meet new people, try to adapt yourself so you are not cast out. Like, for example, I unfortunately am Brazilian. I live in this country here. I was born here. So far I have lived my entire life in this country. I am accustomed to the culture here. Now I'm used to what things are like in here. But if someday I ever have the privilege to travel into the United States, as an example, could be Canada or whatever. I'm gonna say United States because that's the country that I have always been wishing that I could move into and live there since I was a child. If I ever have the privilege to travel there, and preferably to move there and legally, obviously, and acquire citizenship, that is what I have always wanted to do since I was a child. Do you think I'm going to be living my life like I do here in Brazil? You know, being Brazilian, doing Brazilian things all the time, speaking Portuguese? No. If I go to the United States, I'll be speaking English, I'll be eating their food. You know, I won't be looking around everywhere for, oh my God, give me rice and beans, otherwise I'm gonna die. No. I'm gonna eat the mashed potatoes, whatever is there, because it looks delicious actually. I'm gonna be celebrating 4th of July. I will be setting up decorations for Halloween on my house. I'm gonna be doing trick-or-treating, because, no, I won't be doing trick-or-treating. I'm too old for that. I mean, I will be handing out candy for children doing trick-or-treating. You know, I will still be a Brazilian, you know, even if just on name. But I will also at the same time be an American, because I'm not, just because I would be moving there, I wouldn't stop being a Brazilian. I wouldn't just suddenly stop doing Brazilian things in my house, for example, you know. But I would adapt myself to also be an American, you know. And that's actually one of the reasons why many Brazilians who try their chances in the United States or any other country, they come back and usually complain and say that it didn't work for them, that it wasn't good. You know, these people, most of them, not all of them of course, but most of those people, they don't accept that they have to adapt to that other culture, you know, so they can actually join and be part of it. They go there and they want things to be the way they are used to have them in the country or in their country of origin. Like for this example, Brazil, for example. Like, Brazilian goes there and only wants Brazilian food, only wants to speak Portuguese, only wants to do things that Brazilians normally do, and that doesn't work. You know, the person resists to adapt, and it comes to a point where that person just can't be accepted there. Not because the people who are there, Americans for this example, not because they say, no, get out of here. You're not, get out of here. Go back to where you came from. Not because they do that, not because they kick the person out. No, just because that person is so resistant to changing and adapting that the person herself or himself feels like they should leave, you know. And that's what happened with most people who come back from here, from there. I mean, you know, aside from the ones who go illegally and get caught, of course. That's a different story. let me read chat there, Spartan. Man, I'm speaking a lot today. Yeah, coming up, I'll buy a beer and a burger. I would take the burger, but I would prefer soda, please, if you don't mind. I actually don't drink alcohol. But thank you so much. Like, seriously, since I was a child, I've always wished I could move to the United States and make my life there. But since I was a child, I also have always had in mind that it has to be legally. I don't want to have any troubles with the law, immigration, none of that. And since I was a child, I've always wanted to have citizenship, to become an American citizen. And I don't know if someday that will happen. I don't know. I actually lost hope it will. I mean, I am almost 40 years old. You know, I don't have an education in something super important like, I don't know, a doctor, for example, engineering. So I can hardly afford gasoline for my car. But yeah. Now, before I read any further on the chat there, Spartan, what you said after the invitation. There is one thing that I really want to do If someday I have the privilege to legally move to the US and get and acquire citizenship, or should I say, achieve citizenship, if someday that happens and I am approved to become an American citizen, I'll probably do this before that even happens, but there is this one thing that I actually do want to do on that particular occasion, and that is, I don't know why, but sometimes I get emotional when I say this. The one particular thing I want to do for that specific occasion is, as soon as I have it, I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna find the biggest American flag that I can afford at the time, and I'm gonna hang that on my house, and I'm going to respect the crap out of that flag. And the reason for that is because that flag, don't get me wrong, I understand when you may say, oh, the United States is crap, don't come. It has its problems, I know. But compared to here and many other places, it is borderline paradise. You have to understand that, especially any Americans who say the United States is a bad country, you have to understand one thing. Yes, you have your problems, but there's a very good reason why the entire planet wants to go to the United States and live there. You have to bear that in mind. You may believe the United States may be a very bad place, a very bad country, but you have to stop for a moment and think, if it is such a bad place, why the hell everybody wants to come here? Food for thought. But anyway, going back to what I was saying, if I ever achieve the privilege of having a citizenship and becoming an American citizen, the one thing that I want to do on that particular moment is go out, find me the biggest American flag I can afford. I'm gonna hang that on my house, and I'm going to respect the crap out of that flag, because that flag truly represents everything that I have always wanted to have in my life, and that my country could never give me, or in many cases not even allow me to have. So yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not that I hate my country. I don't hate Brazil. But there are two Brazils in here. Okay, before I finish this, let me finish reading your chat there, Spartan. Hang on. But Los Angeles and much of California is a nice blend of many cultures. Yeah, though, if I can ever go to the US, move there in this case, I would prefer to move somewhere closer to the eastern side, and a little more up north. Preferably a region with no earthquakes, like California, and away from the what's it called again? I think it's called the hurricane corridor or tornado corridor. You know, the region of the country that gets a lot of hurricanes and tornadoes. I have been doing a little bit of research. There are some regions that qualify and actually look really nice, and I think the state of Pennsylvania also kept showing up on some of my light researches as one of the best suitable places for a Brazilian to move into. The job is close to big commercial centers like New York, for example, and the weather is nice. And what else? Usually no tornadoes, no natural calamities in there. And I've been looking at some photos, and my God, it's gorgeous. It is so beautiful in there. I wanna go. But yeah, if I someday can get the privilege to move to the US, and I get the luxury of choosing where to live, I would prefer to live somewhere in that vicinity there. Also because I don't want to die when it's hot, like I do here. Like I have a fan that has been blowing hot air onto me this entire time. It is on full speed. My back is completely wet from sweat, and it's literally midnight now. It's hot in here. Sure, I know it gets hot in the summer, but I don't want to be hot the entire year. over here I am hot like 80, at least 80% of the year, and when it isn't hot, it is warm. And on the few times that it is cold, I love it. But yeah, and so if I were to go to California or Florida, correct me if I am wrong, but those states, those regions there, they are usually Texas also, I think. But I may be too ignorant to be saying this right. The weather there is not too different from the weather here in Brazil on the region where I live. So, thanks. I'll visit, but actually live there, if I can choose, I would rather not. Also, housing is absurdly expensive in California. So, thanks. That's another thing that kept showing up about Pennsylvania. Apparently, I'm not sure how true this actually is, but apparently housing there, the cost of living is actually fairly cheap, one of the lowest in the country. So, yeah, it looks nice. Unfortunately, much of our society is becoming more sterilized and ignorant. Soda of your choice. I like cherry coke. I never had those. And you know why I never had those? Remember when I just said that the American flag represents what I have always wanted for my life, but my country could never provide, or in some situations, in many situations actually, literally forbid me from having? I never had those sodas because they don't exist here. I've heard of them before, but they don't exist here. I'm a fan of Pepsi. I actually prefer Pepsi over Coca-Cola. I like both, but I prefer Pepsi. Because here's the thing, Coca-Cola, it only tastes its best when it is super cold, because the moment it starts to warm up, it doesn't taste as good anymore. And if it is on room temperature, then... As for Pepsi, on the other hand, that thing tastes great, whether it is completely super cold and even warming up. It still tastes good, even when it is at room temperature. It doesn't taste as great, obviously, but it's still drinkable. At least I think so. Let me read more. Yeah, so Vermont or Massachusetts. That's some of the states that also showed up. I've been through a few scary earthquakes, but the weather is amazing, usually. Yeah, from what I understand, yeah, and again, I don't really understand much, because, well, I'm not there. But yeah, from what I understand, California, the West Coast, well, not most of it, because the northern areas there, yeah, the weather is very, very much different. But in particularly California, the weather there is usually very similar to the weather that I have here where I live in Brazil, my region, but it's usually warm for the most of the year to hot, particularly in the summer, obviously. Rain usually comes in seasons also, kind of like here. So yeah, I think weather-wise we are very similar. That is actually one of the reasons why many Brazilians who move to the United States, they choose either Florida or California, or Texas, but not as much Texas. Mainly California. No. California is the second option. Mainly Florida. Second option is California. That's because mostly because of the weather. Because here's the thing. Because most of Brazilians are used to having hot weather most of the year, you know, warm to hot for most of the year. When it gets cold, it feels like it is way colder than it actually is. So, like, for example, take Reptang for example. He's usually wearing a t-shirt and shorts probably when it's like 10 degrees Celsius in temperature. Dude, if the temperature here drops to 20 degrees, I'm already wearing a coat. I can't. It feels way colder for me than it does for him. But that's because my body is used to having warm to hot weather for most of the year, while his is used to a more colder climate for most of the year, you know. And that is also how it is for Americans. That's for Portuguese, any other country. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, the reason why most Brazilians usually choose Florida or California is mostly because of the weather. Because those states, they have a weather more similar to what they're used to here, where it is warm to hot most of the year, and when it gets cold, it is not big cold. It is a cold like more, more or less something similar to what they already were used to having here. So that's why they usually choose those states most of the time. But yeah, but it's nothing that one cannot get used to. Now, obviously, if I were to move to somewhere where it snows, for example, like Pennsylvania, for example, I would 100% feel way colder than anyone else living the area. But that's because my body is used to warmer temperatures. That's it. But after a few years there, I sure would adapt. Because, yeah, that's how humans work. But East Coast has few to no earthquakes. But it's super humid and hot through summer. Yeah, that is something that I read also. It is not a region that is too close to a tectonic fault. And yes, the summers are very hot. And mainly because it is usually humid. When it gets hot in here, it's usually dry, so it is very hot, but it's the kind of bearable heat, if that makes any sense. I know it doesn't really make much sense. It doesn't get stuffy, I'm not sure if I know how to describe this properly. It doesn't really get stuffy. It is super hot, you sweat a lot. Can't live without at least a fan, but it is something it is manageable, at least to some degree it is manageable. Different from when it is hot and humid, which, mind you, we do get some hot days here where the air is very humid also, and oh my god, it feels like we are going to die. That is unbearable. But thankfully it eventually ends up raining, so it helps a bit. But yeah, I am aware the summers can be quite cruel sometimes, but from what I have been reading over the years, they don't really differ all too much from here. At least temperature wise, because yes, the humidity, that does add an extra factor to the unbearability of the heat, so there's that. On the other hand, air conditioning and electricity is way cheaper in the United States than it is here, so that makes the hot weather in summer there more manageable than here. Stuffy, humid air or not. Like, dude, you know why I have a fan here? Because I cannot afford an air conditioner. It's way too expensive. And even if I could afford one, I wouldn't, because you know why? Because electricity is way too expensive here also. That would drive my electricity bill up the roof. Probably beyond the stratosphere as well. But Mike, you could install solar power. Yeah, I could. But did you know it is also super expensive? Did you know that sunlight is taxed in Brazil? You pay taxes over the thing. Not necessarily the sunlight itself, but you pay some very heavy taxes to acquire solar panels and install it on your house. And there is this gray area in the law where, depending on how you install your system, you may be fined by the state for going off grid or not using much of the grid if you are still connected to the grid. Did you know that? Yeah, and they just announced they are going to raise taxes on solar panels even further. So yeah. This actually reminds me of something else that I was going to say when I was explaining why people should adapt to other countries where they go to, how I would adapt to being in the United States. I said I was going to talk about this later, but I ended up forgetting. But let me finish the sentence first before I forget this one too. But anyway, Yeah, I think it would be more manageable, at least for me, than it is here. Because again, I'm sweating here. Let me read more of the chat there. I think I have a lot to catch up. I lived and worked all over the US. Yeah, Arizona and Midwest gets, I think, get hot, but not too humid. Yeah, hot. You might get into the 90s, well, Fahrenheit, that I would assume, because otherwise we would be dead if it was Celsius. Or low 100s. I'm saying. Hawaii, but average 75 Fahrenheit. Yeah, that is Fahrenheit. I think the only sort of issue that I probably would have, well, not issue, but something that I would have a little bit of difficulty into adapting if I could have the privilege of living in the US, would be with the measurement system. Because my brain is hardwired for the metric system, you know, meters, centimeters, Celsius, etc. But again, that is something that can be learned and adapted. Excuse me. But yeah, now going back to what I was talking about when I was explaining how one should adapt to where they go, but without having to abandon who they are, their culture, and etc. I was saying that just because I would be leaving the United States, that wouldn't make me stop being Brazilian, you know. And I was explaining how, comparatively speaking, anyway, how the United States is so much of a much better country than it is here in Brazil, and how even if it has its problems, you have to bear in mind, you have to ask yourself, if it is so bad, why everyone wants to come over, you know, to the US in this case. Let me clarify something about me and Brazil, because anyone who watches my streams or even reads on any of my posts every now and then, you will catch me complaining about this country and saying how much I don't like being here. And you might remember that earlier I said there are two Brazils, you know. Here's the thing. Brazil, it is a good country, and it isn't. Okay? Weathering here, for the most part, it is very good. It is warm to hot most of the year in most of the regions, but it has more better temperatures in some regions, like the south of the country, for example. Sometimes it snows there. You know, over here where I live, the hot days normally don't get too hot. We do have some occasions where it does get really hot, but because it's usually always, most of the time is also very dry, it becomes a little more bearable. We don't really get many natural disasters here, at least in the region that I am living here. What else? There are no earthquakes. There are no tornadoes, although there was some closer to the coast earlier this year. Caused a lot of devastation there. But that is the exception, not the rule. The food is fantastic. There's a very amazing variety of different dishes and foods here, mainly because of the many different cultures that compose the Brazilian culture, so to speak. Brazil is a country that has its people is a people that combines many different cultures into one single population. So here you will find many people who are descendants from Japanese, from Italians, from Germans, not so much Americans and Europeans, but they are here as well. And eating rich is the culture. But anyway, that's besides the point. Point is, food is good, the weather is usually good, the fauna is also amazing. Like, did you know that here in the city where I live, I get to see wild macaws flying everywhere almost every single day? I do. They live here. And it's not hard to find some nests of those in this city here. Sometimes I also do get to see a couple of toucans or so, and it's awesome. Here in this city also there are places where I can go right now. Well, not right now because it's dark outside. Where I can see wild capybaras living in their natural habitat. Actually, a few years ago, I was driving. I was driving by a place called the Lago do Amor, or Lake of Love, translated into English. It is literally a lake. It's just named Lake of Love. Anyway, wild capybaras live there, and I actually had to stop at a roundabout because there was a small family of capybaras crossing the street, and dude, that was amazing. Excuse me. Let me read that before I continue. Hang on. I better read on this screen here. Just a moment. Incas, Mayan, European, macaws, like that. Yes, macaws are a kind of parrot, but they are not exactly. Macaws aren't parrots, but they're kind of in the same family. You know, it's kind of adjacent. It's awesome to see wildlife doing their thing. Yes, exactly. It is amazing. So the food here is fun. Actually, let me show you something real quick. In this city here, because of how many wild macaws live here, some decades ago, they even built a this is what I want. They even built a monument that is literally a couple of macaws. Okay, let me show you. Without telling you where I live in my city, I live in this region here. It's the west region. Right down here. So right here on this intersection, there used to be a train that would go across the city. You would pass through here. Man, that was so long ago. Anyway, so this region here, this intersection, this area is actually called Cabeça de Boi, or usually referred to as Cabeça de Boi, not really the official name. In English, that means ox head, or head of an ox. You know, and it is called this because several decades ago, actually over a century ago, when all of this was just grass, just wild nature, all of this was probably not even farmed yet. There was this one little restaurant or tavern or something like that used to exist somewhere in this area here, and travelers would know where it is because the owner of this little restaurant, he made a pole and put the skull of an ox on the top of that. But then time went on, the city started to evolve, you know, and then but that had become so traditional, so iconic actually, that the old pole with the old skull was torn down. I don't know what happened to it. It was removed, but in its place they built actually no, I think the pole was removed, the skull remained, and they just built a little pedestal protected with with the skull inside, protected with a glass. Though that didn't last long because I think, what was it? I think it was either in the first half of the 90s or around the mid 90s. They built an actual monument right here, and let me go into Google Street View to show you. Okay, so this way is going to downtown, and up here is towards the area where I live. And right here, this is the monument. I don't know if you can really visualize this, but here's one horn of the ox, here's another horn, here's the snout. I don't know what's going on back here, probably the ears. Here's one eye, here's another eye, and here's the muzzle. So yeah, legend has it, no, not legend, it's actually documented history. I don't know if it was on this exact spot here, but there's a monument for a different angle. Hang on, let me turn around. Yeah, I don't know if the original thing was in this exact spot or it was somewhere over there or over there. But this general area here at least. But anyway, that's not really the thing that I wanted to show you. What I want to show you is what is on the other side over there. So let's take this street here, the Duque de Caxias Avenue. Dude, look how beautiful the city is. Sure, it may not be the prettiest city in the world, but I really like it here. It's really beautiful. My dad also loved the city here. Actually, whenever we were driving down that avenue we were at just now, where we I'm just gonna show you. Hang on. Nope, not there. Just a second. Okay, so this here is the Júlio de Castilho Avenue, right? Going this way, we are going uphill, and going this way, we are going downhill towards downtown. And you can see on the horizon there, you can see the cities, you can see the skyline of the city. And something that my dad would always do, whether it was when we were driving down here, going that way, or some other place in the city, whenever he would see the skyline or some other nice area of the city, he would say, "But Michael, Campo Grande is a beautiful city, isn't it?" And it is. I really like it here. I always would tell him that I like it here so much that if I ever have to move away out of the city, then if I can choose to anyway, then I will only move to somewhere that is better than the city here, because seriously, this place is amazing. But anyway, the thing that I want to show you is that way over there. Let me reach out real quick. Yeah, that is a really cool monument, but that's because you haven't seen the one I'm going to show you yet. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. With a white dude with a shaved head and a short beard fitting okay. Dude, I am white. Everyone in here is white. Everyone is white. Everyone is black. Everyone is yellow. Brazil. This goes back to what I was explaining about Brazil about there being two Brazils. There being a good Brazil where it is a good place, and there being a bad Brazil where it is a bad place. But I'm getting ahead of myself. First, let me show you the monument real quick. So if we keep going this way, it's right over there. Hang on. We're getting there. Where are they? Ah, there they are. Hang on. I was a little farther away than I thought. Anyway, this here is called Praça das Araras. Translating to English, this is Park of the Macaws. And it's actually not a couple, it's 3 of them. So yeah, and I don't know if you can tell, but you see these lines circling around them? These are neon lights. At night, these light up in the colors of the macaws, and this looks very nice at night. But I don't remember when this was built, but I think it was either... Yeah, I think it was in 1996. It is not that old of a monument. But yeah, this is kind of to remind everyone that there are so many wild macaws living here, and they are protected by law also. And the general public also just leave them alone. And whenever we hear some, like, it's very, very common actually to see they are always in couples. It is very common to see them perching. Yeah, perching. That's right. Perching on light poles, for example. They are always doing their macaw thing. You know, the screams they make. Whenever there's some of them around, the people stop and actually look, take pictures, because it's beautiful. But yeah. Anyway, what I was explaining about there being 2 Brazils here, and to bear this in mind before accusing me of hating Brazil. Oh my God, Mike, if you hate it here so much, why don't you go away? You leave. Well, I want to. Just can't afford to. Oh, hang on a second, my Stream Deck is charging. Excuse me. But yeah, there's 2 Brazils. There's a good one, there's a bad one. On one hand, there's great food in here, the nature is great, the weather is great, except when it gets hot. The people in general is also fine. Most Brazilians are very friendly. Like, for example, if you come to Brazil and you ask a complete stranger in downtown, how do you get to somewhere? That person might actually take you there. Instead of just telling you to, oh, you go this way, then that way, and you're there. But yeah, Brazilians are a, generally speaking, not all of them obviously, because every apple box has a bad apple. But in general, Brazilians are very friendly people. So actually, I've heard stories of Americans and British also who met with some Brazilian and received a hug and a kiss in the face, and they were like, "Whoa, hang on, buy me dinner first," you know. But that's just common here, you know. Usually, especially if you're already friends with someone, you have this more intimate contact, even on a more stranger level. That kind of contact still exists here. It is not uncommon. So if you ever go to Brazil, you can expect that to happen to you. Just get hugged by someone and kiss in the face. Whoa, that sky is beautiful. I love when the weather gets like this. I love it. I love it. I find it really beautiful. Let me read there. Yeah, it is beautiful. I was there for a month, and you can house sit up here. I don't know how that would work, because this kind of dips a little bit into the part of the not so good Brazil to bad Brazil a little bit. Over here we have a phrase usually utilized to describe certain situations and the outcomes. Some context also. Things that happen that should not happen, but they happen, and somehow people get through them, even though they were not supposed to. This phrase is, Brazil is not for beginners. Because if you can think of something really stupid that should not happen, that is completely illogical, it probably happened here, and probably will happen again, and it probably is happening right now. It just happens. But yeah, no, but seriously now. If you ever visit Brazil, see if you can find someone, an actual Brazilian who lives in Brazil, or someone who really knows Brazil, to help you around. Because although most of the Brazilian people, although most of them are friendly, it is not difficult to find your fair share of individuals who will try to get the best out of you. So bear that in mind. So you have to be kind of cautious. But yeah, for the most part, generally speaking, the people are friendly. Food is amazing. The fauna is fantastic. The weather is good. In the city where I live in particular, it is very easy to go around here. It is a big city. It has everything that you could expect from a capital city. But somehow, this city still holds an air of countryside town, kind of place where you step outside your house in the middle of the afternoon, and you occasionally see some children playing around. Maybe you see a neighbor on the other side, and you say hello to the neighbor. This kind of thing. Even when you go to downtown, which is the business area in the city, obviously, for obvious reasons, it still feels kind of cozy. Yeah, cozy. I think this is the exact description, the precise way I can use to describe the kind of air this city in particular has. It is cozy, and it is easy to go around. Like, I can literally drive from one side to the city to another in 40 minutes, assuming the traffic is good. But you can't do that in São Paulo, for example. That is impossible. But yeah, most of the cities are also good. Obviously, they are the ones where you should probably avoid. But this one in particular, this one is very good and very easy to get around to. But yeah, that is the good side of Brazil, of living Brazil. Because it is something that I sometimes usually say. Same here, bad pips are everywhere, regardless. Yes, like I said, every apple box has their bad apples. Some more, some less. You just gotta know how to pick. You gotta verify what you're getting. But anyway, something that I sometimes usually say, that sounds so redundant. By the way, I used to live on this street over here. You know, while I tell the story, I'm gonna go over there and I'm gonna show you where I used to live before I moved into this house here. This here is the Ricardo Franco Street. But anyway, something that I sometimes say is that mainly when people ask me what it's like to live in Brazil. Brazil is a good place to visit, but not so much so live, unless you have some deep pockets, unless you are wealthy or rich. Because everything here is, and this goes into the bad Brazil part that I was alluding to. Everything here is way too expensive. Even the cheapest of things that should not be expensive, they are way more expensive here than they are in places like the United States, for example. And that's because of taxes. Brazil has always been run, for the most of its current democratic stage. Unfortunately, Brazil is not a democracy anymore. Not anymore. It is on paper, but not in practice. It hasn't been one since 2023, although it started a little before. The one time it was an actual free democracy, it was between 2019 and 2022. But I'm not going to go into details as to why, but those people who know, they know what I'm talking about, what I'm referring to, or who I am referring to. But anyway, let's just say that Brazil had one good president since it stopped being a military dictatorship. And everything went downhill from there. But anyway, what is? Things here are too expensive. Even food is, especially now with a guy that is currently sitting in the presidency chair. Food is borderline unaffordable right now. Like, I just bought some very simple stuff a couple days ago, and I spent almost $300 there. But anyway, I usually say, excuse me, that Brazil is a good place to visit, but not so much so to live. And that's mostly because of a few factors. The cost of life in here is way too high. In my city, it is high, but it's not one of the highest, thankfully. It is actually here is one of the better places to be, in my opinion. And not just in terms of cost of living, but also safety, education, and etc. Which are other things that I'm going to point out now. So, on one hand, it's a good place to visit, but not so much so to live, because everything's too expensive. The crime rates are also way higher than they are in the United States. And mind you, we are not allowed to have guns in here. They say it is for our safety, for our security, for safety. But Brazil's crime rates and murders by guns, I'm not making this up, you can look it up yourself. They are higher than... Hang on, let me try. I read about this. Hang on, let me try to remember the exact data. There are more gun crimes and murders in Brazil than there are in the United States, especially in the places where civilians have an easier time getting a gun legally. Yeah, I mean, the math just doesn't work, you know? They say we cannot have our guns, like Americans can, for example, because it is safer without the guns. And yet, the crime rates are way higher here than they are in places in the United States where people can have a gun. And they'll tell you why. You know why? You know why criminals commit more crimes here with guns? Because good law-abiding citizens do not have a gun to defend themselves. Do you know why? This might be a little of a touchy topic, but do you know why there are these occasional mass shootings in some specific places in the United States? I read them not mentioned, but I'm pretty sure you know what I mean. That's because those places don't have guns. Do you know why mass shootings usually don't happen in places that have guns, where people are usually armed? Like, do you know why there's hardly ever any news of someone robbing a gun store? Because there are guns there. A criminal wants what is easy. If you are a law-abiding citizen who is trained to have a gun, and you have yours legally, you're not the kind of person who will go out around there shooting everybody, bah, 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 you know, like the government here implies that it will happen if it becomes easier to buy guns here. But anyway, a criminal wants what is easy. So if a citizen, if a person is not armed, has no means to self-defense, that person is not only going to be vulnerable, but it is going to be easy prey for that criminal. On the other hand, if a person is qualified to have a gun and has a gun, especially if the criminal knows that the person has a gun, that criminal is going to think twice, thrice, maybe even more times before he actually goes over there and tries to do something to that person. And you know why? It's not just because criminals want what is easy. They want to shoot, but they don't want to get shot. And that is why crime, one of the reasons, of course not the only one, that is one of the main reasons why crime rates are so much higher in Brazil than they are in the United States, and why shootings usually always happen in places that don't have people with guns. It's because law-abiding citizens don't have guns or do have guns. No, in the case here, crime rates, one of the reasons why crime rates here are so high is because we can't have guns. By the way, this is the house that I used to live in. Actually, this photo was taken when I was living in this house here. Yep. Actually, if I go forward, my car, my family's car, can even be seen parked in front. I'll have to change the date though. This is a newer one. Actually, this one was from when we were preparing to move away out of this house. Because this was a rental, the owner wanted to sell. That's what the sign here says, for sale. Let me read there, then I'll finish that sentence, that thought. Yeah, the favelas can be dicey. They are always dicey, especially the ones in Rio de Janeiro. And we're saturated with guns here. Yeah. That goes back to what I was just explaining about allowing law-abiding citizens who are qualified to have guns. I've seen so many videos on the internet, for example, of a robber trying to rob from some store in Texas, for example, only to have like what, 5, 7, 10 customers point guns at him. Man, that is so freaking awesome. The guy came out of there with his tail between his legs, arrested, of course. But yeah, there's a matter of crime rates here. Also, there's the fact that one of the other reasons why crime rates here are so high is because Brazil has had so many far left governments in the past few decades since the fall of the military dictatorship in 1988, which was the year I was born, by the way. They have always been making and passing laws that actually benefit the criminals over the civilian, the victims, to the point where now you are actually literally instructed to, in the event you are robbed by someone, don't do nothing, just give everything, do not resist. In other words, if you are attacked, just accept that you are prey, and just hope you don't get killed, and just let them take everything that you have. And you know what that end up resulting? It results in, especially with shops, you know, where something that can just move around like a person, you know, they become very easy targets for robbers and criminals. It is at a point now where they're, especially in São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro, for example, where shops get literally robbed, raided completely, literally 3 times a week. What kind of business can survive being robbed 3 times a week? Sometimes it's really not uncommon to see that on the news. And again, I'm not making this up. You can look it up yourself. But yeah, so Brazil has been run mainly by far left governments for the past few decades, and they have been always making laws making and passing laws that benefit the criminal over the victim. And yeah, another thing, if you defend yourself and you hurt the criminal, for example, even if he just gets a scratch on his arm, guess who's going to jail or having to pay benefits to the guy? You, the person who tried to defend yourself. Yeah. Also, the public safety, police, etc. They are not paid what they should be paid to properly do the job. They are very ill equipped. So yeah, public safety in Brazil is terrible. Which is why, I don't know if you noticed this, but look at all of these houses. Since back there, when I was still scrolling through, what do you notice about this neighborhood here? And believe me, you will see this in every single neighborhood in the entire country, except for enclosed neighborhoods with private security. Notice something? No? Let me read the chat there real quick. That's a common argument. Good guys with guns, but it comes down to the country and its stance on how firearms are viewed. In England, some or many other countries where guns were never a big part of their society, they have little to no guns violence. On the other hand, they have a lot of stabbings. A criminal is not going to stop doing crimes just because you can't buy a gun legally. Besides, criminals don't buy guns at a gun shop with documents. They don't do it legally. They have their guns, The only difference is that we can have guns also. Let me finish that. I grew up with guns, but as a former medic, I don't like how easy it is for violent crapholes to get guns. Yes, that goes a little bit back into what I was saying about not just a law-abiding citizen, but also a capable citizen. A person who is actually capable was not the word I used. It was I forgot. Qualified, yes. And what I mean by qualified is not just doing shooting courses at a shooting range and getting a diploma. No, I mean you have to be mentally actually capable and qualified to have a gun. And those crap holes you just described, those are the kind of people who are not mentally qualified to have guns. On the other hand, the law-abiding citizens that are qualified to have guns, as you said yourself, a good guy with a gun, it makes a whole world of difference. But yeah, let me finish reading there. Left and right are trouble in my experience. I'm the weirdo in the middle ground, a political mindset that just wants to see things run smoothly without extremist. Yeah. Sorry. That aside. True, but a knife is far easier to contain than an armored cycle. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Especially if it is a machete. Seriously. But anyway, the point is, a criminal is not going to stop committing a crime just because, oh my god, selling guns to civilians is not allowed in this country. No, they are still going to find other ways. If not with a gun, they will find something else. Anything can be weaponized. We forbid you from buying guns and having guns because it is dangerous. So if you don't have a gun, then crime is going to drop. It doesn't. Because criminals will find other weapons. So what next? If forbidding you from having a gun is in name of better safety, but then they move to use knives, what are we gonna do? Forbid anyone from having a knife? Okay. What next? A bat, maybe? Yeah. People can be killed with a bat. Are we going to forbid everyone from having a bat? Maybe. Like, you can unalive someone with a broom, for example. Are we going to forbid people from having brooms in their houses? It's the little things. They start to add up and they escalate. Let me read some more there. I've gotten by with my fists and quick feet so far. Haven't had to use my piece yet. Good. It is great. That is excellent. Now, this is one important thing that I've always had in mind, and sometimes I mention with someone that I have a chat or something. It's better to have a gun and not need it than to need it and don't have it. You know, the fact that you have one and never needed to use it, that is wonderful. And I wish I had a gun. But just because I wish I had a gun, I don't necessarily wish I would have to use the gun. You know, I actually no, far from it. If someday I can have a gun legally, obviously, the last thing that I want to have is to come to a point where I need to take this gun and choose between my life, the life of a family member, or the life of someone who is threatening my life or the life of a family member of mine. You know, I never want to get to that point where I have to choose and have to use this gun, because once you point a gun at someone, whether in self-defense or attacking, that is a point of no return. And what happens from that point on, that is something that is going to stay with you forever until the day you die. Unless you are the one who's taking the shot and you die there. In which case, well, maybe if you had a gun. But yeah. Excuse me. Let me read some more there, then I'll finish this here. But if you think about it, society that functioned well enough together and had little need for guns would be ideal. Well, that's kind of an utopia, and history has proven time and time again that there is no such thing as an utopia. Utopias don't work. Socialism and communism, they promise a perfect world. They never worked, and they never will. Oh, capitalism is bad. Okay, but it beats socialism. Like, in capitalism, you can at least have food. You know, you can actually grow in your life, work hard, work intelligently, work smart rather. You can make up a good life, you can earn money, you can, you know, improve, you can buy a car. You don't have to go to your government to, hey, can I please have a car? And then wait like what, 8 years, for example, to receive a piece of garbage that was made like what, 50 years ago, for example. You know, of course, I'm not saying capitalism is perfect. It's far from it, but it's way better than the alternatives. But that's besides the point. The point I'm trying to convey is society can function just fine without firearms. Yes, they can. That's the thing, you know. In theory, everything should work just fine, regardless of the kind of model a society is living in. All that needs to happen is that everyone follows the law as it is, that no one is put above the law, like the government in this country here has always been doing, with criminals and now with the people who are currently in power here. But I'm not going to mention it exactly what I'm talking about, because I can literally be put on a list to literally wake up at 5, 6 in the morning with the federal police knocking down my door and just entering my house, taking away my computer, my phone, and etc. Brazil is not a democracy anymore. It is on paper, but not anymore. But anyway, that's beside the point. Point is, yes, in theory, that is how every society should be. If everyone should follow all the rules, yes, it should be great. No firearms needed. And if everyone followed the rules, there wouldn't even be a need for police in the first place. But unfortunately, humans are flawed, and therefore, that's why we can't have nice things. I've had to pull my semi-auto pistol a couple of times in order to deter potential burglars. Yeah, but that's a different thing. That is a warning shot. It's not the case as you having to use the gun to actually defend yourself, you know, or a family member. But yeah, and that goes back to what I was saying earlier, that criminals prefer people who do not have the means to defend themselves, because they don't want to get shot. They want to shoot, but they don't want to get shot back. So yeah, that's why burglars run away when you fire warning shots. You know, they don't want to get shot. That is one of the reasons why I am one of the many that do believe qualified law-abiding citizens should be allowed to have firearms. You know, at least for self-defense, and also proper self-defense laws. Because in Brazil, if you do something to a criminal in self-defense, like I said earlier, you are the one who is gonna pay the price. In many ways, in many more ways than you can think of. Unlike in the United States, where if you do something in self-defense, in many cases, from what I hear anyway, I may be speaking of ignorance because again, I'm not there. I don't really know what it's actually like to be there. I'm only saying what I read about and watch about. In most cases, if you act in self-defense, you go free. You maybe might have to, I don't know, maybe do something minimal, but if you can be proven you acted in self-defense, you are free to go. Generally speaking, of course. It is a complete opposite here in Brazil. It's complete opposite. Anyway, let me finish that. I'm pretty handy with my gear, but doesn't mean I want to see everyone solve their dispute with a gunshot. Yeah, that goes back to the part of the person not being properly qualified to have a gun. And by qualified, again, I don't mean just having diploma proving they completed some courses on a shooting range. No, I mean having the actual mental capacity and intelligence to know when and when to not use a gun. You know, like, I dare say that I am pretty sure that if I had a gun and I got into a traffic dispute, for example, you know, I wouldn't be pulling my gun to point at someone unless I was going to be threatened with harm. You know, say the guy on the other car, I don't know, crashed into my car, or vice versa, comes out holding a frick, I forgot what they're called. Those metal things to unbolt the nuts on a wheel, to change the wheel. Frick, I forgot. You know what I'm talking about. Like, comes at me with one of those, you know. If I had a gun, I probably at first, as an act of self-defense and self-preservation, I would pull out my own, but not the gun. The gun would be a last resort. And again, it's my idea of it's best to have and not need than to need and not have it. You know, I do also think that having a gun is, talking specifically about self-defense, it should always be the last resort. You know, if you can defend yourself by other means, then by all means do. Like if you have bat, if you have something you can poke the guy against to keep a safe distance, you know. If it has to come down to it, then a gun should be, but always the last resort. The last resort. And never solve disputes with a gun, you know. Capitalism is a beast too. Yeah, again, as I said, it is not perfect, but it is better than the alternatives. At least with capitalism, you have a chance. You know, with the others, you only have a chance on paper, but not on practice. Yeah, I'm having fun with this conversation too, but I need to wrap this up. It's getting late. Man, it is New Year's in Acre. But anyway, to try and finish what I was saying about there being two Brazils, a good and a bad one. Crime rates here are way too high. The police does not receive the funds it needs. Oh yeah, as I was asking, do you notice something with all of these houses? And this is something that you are going to notice in every single city in the entire country. All of them have walls on them. All of them have gates. Again, I was living here when this photo was taken, but if I go back a little bit, the car that I drive today, that I daily drive, is parked right there. There it is. That's a 1986 Fiat Premio. That's the sedan version of the Brazilian Fiat Uno. Really good car. Super simple, super cheap, but really reliable. But anyway, Notice how all houses in this country have walls, gates. Some of them have electric fences. Actually, I think this one has an electric fence. My neighbor on the other side here, he has an electric fence on top of very tall walls. You know, uh, this photo might have been taken before this house installed electric fence, because I remember this one having electric fence. But anyway, we are forced to become prisoners in our own homes because the crime rates in this country are so damn high, and the laws, they benefit the criminals, so we are forced to lock ourselves up. Like, it is actually dangerous to answer the door at night, like say even at 8 9 p.m. already. You have already to think a little bit twice before you go to the front gate, for example, to answer if someone is calling there, you know, because it can be dangerous. And what else? Also, over here, if you leave something on the street, like if I were to park my bicycle right here on the driveway of this house that I used to live in and leave it there for just a few minutes, there's a 90% chance that the bicycle would be stolen. Hell, I had my bicycle stolen once, and it was just sitting in my backyard once. Thank God I could find the bicycle back. I got it back. I still have it today. But yeah, you cannot leave anything outside. You will be robbed. You will be. In this city here is not so much of an issue, where you have to be super careful when you are using your phone on the street, for example, like you are in downtown in broad daylight, or you just have the phone sitting on the dashboard of your car, you know, so you can see GPS and stuff. That is not so much of an issue here, but in most cities in Brazil, if you pull your phone out of your pockets, there's a 70% chance you're gonna have this thing snatched out of your hands. This happens a lot in Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo, where criminals will even break the glass of your car, stopped at the red light, to take away your phone. They will break through. They risking cutting themselves, and some do, just to steal your phone. So yeah, we are forced to jail ourselves in, basically. Freak ads. For me, having been in those scenarios, I'd rather just knock the motto out of and have them arrested. Yeah, exactly. Again, gun, last resort of anything. Last resort. But it's best to have and never need to use it than to someday need to use it and not have it, you know? And again, qualified, mental capacity, etc. US medics are a weird blend of violence tempered with the idea of justice. On the bright side, justice and laws work way better in the United States than they do here. Believe me. My dad used to live in the United States when he was younger. Then again, that was the era that people nowadays usually refer as the golden era. But still, my love for the United States, actually, it didn't start because my dad, one day came to me and said, "You have to like this country. Look at this. This is great, etc." No, he loved the United States. And I grew up watching his love for that country, and that made me develop my own. So I started reading about, listening to music, watching movies, etc., reading about the history, reading stories, literature. And the more I learned about the United States, the more I was like, oh hell yeah, sign me up. The more I wanted to go there. But yeah, that's why I like the United States so much. Like I do, even though I have never been there. Do I think it is perfect? Far from it. There is no such a thing as a perfect place. But considered to what I have to put up with here, yes. Comparatively speaking, yes. Are they organized gangs or smaller bands of thugs? Both. Both, none, and all of them, all at the same time. Maybe target practice here. Okay, US Us, not the. Oh, sorry, my bad. I misread that. My bad. Sometimes I do that. But yeah, anywhere you go in the country, not just this neighborhood that I am showing you here now, where I used to live. I want to move back there. Amazing neighborhood here. Super calm, super quiet. Actually, I hardly ever heard of any robberies in any of the houses here. In the years that I lived in this neighborhood, which was from either very late 1996 to mid 2019, I only ever heard of 3 instances where someone invaded a house to rob the place. But one of the reasons why this neighborhood is such a good neighborhood is not just its location, it's also the kind of, not necessarily the kind of people that live here, but the job of some of these people. This neighborhood is home to some police officers and military personnel, because if I keep going down the street that way there, we're gonna reach the military zone where there's headquarters, training areas, etc. So many of the folks living in this neighborhood, they do have guns, legal guns obviously, and they are qualified both on paper and mentally to have those guns and actually use them in the proper manner. So this is one of these few instances, sorry, where the criminals actually kind of think twice about breaking into any one of these houses, because any one of these could have someone inside that has a gun that will be shot at, that it can be pointed at this criminal and that can shoot this criminal. So they think twice, kind of like this house here that you see here right now, where I used to live in this neighborhood. We never had a break-in. We never had our car stolen from the. Why am I trying to say front yard? That's not a front yard. From the front of the house, thankfully, our car was stolen 4 times, but never at home. Well, the last time the guy crashed the car, it's a mess now. And do you think the thief who stole our car was punished? Hell no. Do you think he had to pay for the damages he caused to the car? Hell no. He didn't. He went free a couple days later. But anyway, meanwhile we remained with the damages and the impossibility to bring the car back to its original shape. But anyway, why is the chat paused? Sorry. Anyway, on the time we lived in this house and also in the other house, we lived in 2 houses in this neighborhood here. Our first one, we moved there either on very late 1996, like December late, or very early 1997, like January early, you know. For the sake of simplicity, let's say 1997. We moved into this neighborhood, in 1997 and left in 2019. In all the time that we lived in this neighborhood, we only had 1 instance where we were robbed at home, and that it was when someone stole my bicycle from my backyard. And even then, it only happened after everybody had left the house. We left the house I was on school. My dad was working. My mother, I don't know what the fuck she was doing. Actually, she was probably sleeping. Anyway, but in 2006, mid 2006, we moved into this house, and from there, from 2006 to 19, we never had a single instance of break-ins in this house. We never even heard of any other house being broken in. But after we moved out, my mother and my brother, actually my mother was friends with the lady that used to live in this house here, right across the street. She passed away, I learned recently. But my brother was friends with her kids. They were more of his age, so they were not friends with me because I was much older already. 8 years older though, not by much. But anyway, so my mother kept contact with the lady that used to live here, and she learned through this lady that shortly after we moved out of this house, someone finally broke into it to see if they could find something to steal. But so long as we were there, no one ever did anything. Thank God also. But yeah. But I freaking never got arrested for it. Actually, they caught the guy. Okay, I don't know about the first 3 times the car was stolen. The car was actually recovered after it had already been abandoned, you know. Funny enough, in 2 of those instances, we found the car. I kid you not, we found the car, and I know exactly where the car was found. Here, let me show you. So this is where we used to live, right? In all of the times the car was stolen, we were living in this house here. Yeah, also with the last time it was stolen. It was before we moved out from there. So, that's the house there, right? Here. I also know exactly where the car was stolen from, in at least 2 of those instances. So I turn here. By the way, hang on, before I go there. This is a bar where people gather at night to drink beer, play pool and stuff. Never once there has been a single altercation in here. No one ever left here fighting on the back of a police car. Never, never, never. And that is just a bar. It's not even a fancy bar. It's one of those ugly ones, you know. Kind of that you walk in and there's probably someone crashed out on the counter, so drunk they are. But anyway, let's keep going this way, this way. I sometimes still buy stuff at this supermarket here. When we moved into this neighborhood, this entire area here was just a bunch of mango trees and a flower shop right here. This is the church that I go to, by the way. I really like this church. Okay, the very first time the car was stolen was on the following street over here. Hang on. This here is Tietê Street. It was stolen. My mother was using the car on that day. It was many years ago, obviously. She had parked somewhere around here, and it was stolen from there. In broad daylight, nonetheless. And it was found by me. Was it me? I think it was me. Yes, I think it was me. I think I found the car. Because at the time I was studying at this school that we are going to get to now. I missed that school. Okay, right here. So you see, I came back to the avenue, then come back here. Anyway, whatever. So this is the school that I used to go to when I was leaving that neighborhood, when I was still in primary school, obviously. I found the car, I kid you not, right down here on this street, abandoned, right here. It had some dirty, not dirty mugs, some filthy pieces of cloth, some blood stains inside. I don't know what happened, but the car was abandoned right here. Obviously, I was much younger. I couldn't even have a driver's license. So I told my parents. No, not my parents. I told my dad. So we recovered the car from here. On the second time the car was stolen, it was actually near the downtown area by a hospital. I know where. I'm just not gonna navigate all the way there because it's a long way there. I mean, not really, but on Google Street View it would take a little bit of time to get there. But anyway, on the second time it was stolen. I actually don't know where it was found, but it was found. I think the police found it and then called my father, my dad. So he went on to pick it up. On the third time it was stolen. My mother was using it again. It was stolen from somewhere in downtown, and it was found. Hang on. Okay, the third time I'm not sure if I remember where it was found. By the way, this bicycle shop here, that's where I have always fixed my bicycle at. Whenever I had a problem with my bike, that's where I would go. That's where I will still go if I someday get the money to restore my bicycle. I'm gonna take it there. The owner is very nice. But anyway, I know where the car was found on the third time, but I can't remember where it was found. As for the fourth and final time it was stolen, please God, don't ever let that car be stolen again, or any other car, please. We didn't know it had been stolen. It was on a Saturday morning. My mother was at college. She was getting a degree, so she drove the car to downtown and parked like about half a block away from where she was. It was stolen from there on a Saturday, and it was like what, probably around 11 in the morning, noon, more or less 12. It was definitely before 1 p.m. I got a phone call at home. Um, she wasn't home. She was still having her classes. I got a call from a police officer. He gave me details of the car, I mean, and the name of the owner, because he run the plates, so found who the car was registered to, the address, phone number, etc. So he asked, "Do you know a person called?" And then he said the name of my mother, and I said, "Yes, that's my mother." And then he asked, "Do you know if she's driving this car? She's with it?" And I told him, "Yes, she left this morning to go to her classes. So yes, she should be with the car." And he asked also, "Do you know if she maybe lent the car to? Sorry, do you know if she lent the car to someone, a friend maybe?" And the obvious answer was no, because one, she certainly wouldn't have done that, and two, we don't have anyone who we would borrow the car to, lend the car to. And then he explained to me, "Well, we found this guy here, not his actual words, but something along those lines. So we have this man here who's claiming your mother has lent the car to him so he could drive it, and he crashed his car on the back of a parked car over here, and we are gonna need." Actually, no, that wasn't the second phone call. Yes, that wasn't the second phone call, because at first, when he asked if I knew where the car was and who my mother was, and that I told him she had left with the car in the morning, he asked me to call her and confirm if if the car was still parked where she had parked. So I asked him to give me a number, give me a moment so that I would call her, and that I would verify that. So I called her. She was in her classes, and I told her to go to where she had parked the car to see if it was there. I told her that I got a phone call asking if the car was there, with the person identifying as a police officer. So she asked some listens. She excused herself from her room, asked her professor anyway. She went to where the car was parked with me on the phone still, and then she said, "Oh my God, the car is not here, Michael. The car is not here. Oh my God." I just said, "Okay, thanks. That's all I need to know." Hung up, called the officer, and then he explained that the guy was there, saying she had lent the car, etc., etc. That they caught him, because he had crashed our car on the back of a Fiat Fiorino parked on the side of the road. And according to the officer, the guy wasn't fleeing the police. He wasn't even driving fast. He was doing like 20 kilometers or 30 kilometers an hour at best. And he crashed the damn thing. Some GTA 6 going on there. It is a bad situation. Now, mind you, that car, we still have that car today. Okay, it is with us. I daily drive that car yet, though it is in need of some good maintenance. Not necessarily maintenance, but an actual restoration. Though at the moment this car was stolen for this fourth time, it was almost brand new as far as its appearance was concerned, as far as how it was running is concerned. It didn't look like an old car, It is a kind of old car that you would look at it. You wouldn't call it old, you would call it vintage, because it looked new. It ran like new. It looked good. It looked fine. Like if I go back here and I show you the street view photo. Oops, almost went over my house. The street view of this house here, where the car is parked in front of it. Let me see if I can get closer. Look at this. The paint job was almost in full mint condition. A little bit of sunburn on the lid of the trunk over here. This tail light, I actually replaced the other one because it was the color was fading. I thought it looked ugly. Sorry. On the front end, everything was in one piece. See this radiator grill? It was in one piece. It was original. The flashlights, the indicator lights. Everything was in perfect order with this car. It was almost new. The only thing this car needed at this time, and when it was stolen, was matching rims, because although it is using rims meant for this model of car, there's actually two different designs for the rims, and it was using two wheels from one design and two wheels from the other, so not all four wheels were matching designs, which is why this wheel over here, this rim on the driver's side at the front, that's why this one is black while the other one is silver. But yeah, that was about all that this car needed. And that guy crashed. Actually, I have photos of the car. You know, let me open them. Let's see. Photos. Oops, wrong folder. Here, Premium. Okay, so this is basically a collection that I had decided to start doing of every photo that I take from this car. I'm gonna put them here. But anyway, this one, you can see it is in good condition. This one was when we took it in to have its license renewed. So it was going through inspection, passed with flying colors. But you can tell it is an older car, you know, but it was running like new. Everything worked, everything was in place, everything was great. A little worn, but basically still kind of new. Also, the same photo, not same photo, the same day. Actually, hang on. Oh no, over here it was still using the plates from the other city where we used to live before they moved here. Anyway, that's another thing we were doing there on that day. Also renewed, changed the license plate. Same number, just different city. Look at this. Now, you may not like boxy cars or old cars, vintage cars, but I love those. And I do think this car was looking very nice here. Could use a little touch up on this headlight here. It was a little faded inside, probably cracked. That actually got replaced, and I have to replace it again because I kind of broke it. But that was my fault. If it runs, then it's your trusty horse. Exactly. And it is a good car. It hardly ever breaks down. Though ever since the crash, it has been breaking down a little more often because we literally cannot afford to keep up with the maintenance it actually needs. But before that, it was basically perfect. You know, it only needed the usual regular maintenance. You know, do an oil change now, after a few kilometers, change the tires, that kind of thing. You know, but here's the photos that I took at the police station when we went over to pick the car back. The guys, actually, it was two of them, who were with the car and crashed the car, who stole the car. They were actually still at the station, and I remember we were sat in the same room, just with a thin wall between us. It was me and my mother, because the car was registered to her name, and the two guys sitting on the other side there. I don't know what was going on over there, but they were arrested there. Anyway, we didn't actually get to meet them. My mother asked to see them. Excuse me. But the police wouldn't let her. Yeah, I love this car also. Even though it is an old car, and it needs help. You know, I still really like this car. If I could afford a new car, I probably wouldn't buy a new one. I would just restore this one and my Fiat 147 that used to be my dad's, which is in my front yard, and because I cannot afford to finish restoring that one, I'm going to end up losing it if I don't figure something out soon. But anyway, this is the condition in which we found this car. And to go back to what it was like before, you see, it was very heartbreaking to see this car like this. My mother cried when she saw it like this, because they busted even the dashboard. Even the freaking dashboard, they busted the thing. They broke everything, they damaged the seats. Unfortunately, this car is no longer what it used to be. I still hope someday I might be able to bring it back to life. My dad actually, once he told me that once the restoration of his old Fiat 147 was complete, he wanted to restore this car. Unfortunately, he passed away last year. Well, actually 2 years ago, man. You know, because now it's 2026. He passed away in 2024. Unfortunately, he passed away before the restoration of the Fiat 147 was complete, and before a restoration of this car even could get started. Now, by the end, excuse me. I still want to someday. This was after we sort of fixed the car a little bit, but you can see it's not the same anymore. After this, we actually had to replace this hood because it was damaged inside. It didn't lock. So one day my brother was driving, he went over a speed bump and the hood just opened into the windshield. So he had to replace the hood and the windshield. Yes, at least we got it back, thank God. We were happy for that. But yeah, after this, the hood had to be replaced, the windshield. This grill is not the original, it was a placeholder. It ended up breaking because it was kind of poorly put back together in there. Because this car, it didn't actually receive a body, it didn't actually go to a body shop to actually be fixed, you know, restored properly to remove the dents and stuff. It was basically just uncrushed, if that makes any sense. Just enough that it can be roadworthy again and can actually be driven daily. Because we couldn't afford to make the proper repairs it needed. Because it's one thing for you to be able to afford keeping something you already have, you know, in this case a car, keep up with the needed maintenances. Sometimes maybe some more expensive part may break and you may need to spend a little more in there, but you know, the usual. So it's one thing for you to have enough money to be able to afford to keep what you already have, and another one is to be able to afford to basically start again from scratch. And this was close to basically having to start again from scratch. We could not afford, and still cannot afford, especially after my dad passed away, we still can't afford to bring this car back to what it was like. So yeah, it was just unbent. That's why the original hood was all like this, you know. Why the grill wasn't the original. It still isn't the original. It is still using the same grill here, but it's missing this whole chunk here. When my dad was still here, he sometimes would tell me, Michael, look up on the internet how we can buy the original grill for this car. Let's put it there. Let's make it look nice again. And excuse me, I always had to tell him that we couldn't actually replace the grill, install the original or some other back in place here. We couldn't do that yet because this car didn't actually go through a body shop. It was just unbent. The entire structure in here, the places where the grill should snap into, you know, with plastic clips, I think that's the name. You know, the proper way to install it, it couldn't be installed because this part here is all bent. It couldn't fit. This is actually just held by metal wires. It was then, it still is. But the bumper is also all messed up. It has to be held together with some screws. The bumpers of this car, they're not supposed to be held by screws, not like this. Like, look at this. You can't. But we couldn't afford to I mean, the bumper itself, I suppose we could afford to replace, but we couldn't do it because the car needed a body job. We couldn't afford that. So this is a really good car. Now this was just age. the escape pipe was just a little rusty on the connection there, so no, actually no. The escape pipe was fine. This was just one of the rubber things that held together here, so it ended up falling. But this got fixed later. Okay, so this is closer to what it looks like now, because this photo was taken on this house here, I think 2024 maybe. Yeah, I'm still not over my. I'm still not over losing my dad. Sorry, I'm having therapy for that. But it happened on April 5th, 2024. But it may as well just have happened like a month ago. I still feel the same way. Yes, this is a stick shift gar. This is a stick shift. It is a manual. It is a 4-speed manual. 5 speeds if you include reverse, but that doesn't count. But yeah. This car drives. It is working. It is running. It is not as reliable as it was before because it needs maintenance that I cannot afford, but it is still driving daily. I mean, it still works as a daily driver. Thank God, because that's the only car I can drive at the moment. I still have my dad's Fiat 147, but that one is only like halfway done, and a lot of what was done on its restoration will have to be done again because of how long it has been exposed to the elements. Also, the guy who did the paint job on that car, he wrecked the entire electrical system, so I'm gonna have to redo the entire electrical system again. I am so grateful that my mechanic, who is a really good guy by the way, he was the one seeing to the restoration of that car. I'm so glad he was the one to pick the car at the paint shop, because if I had seen the damage the paint shop did to that car when I went there to pick it up, I'm pretty sure I would have gotten in an argument, maybe even a fight with the guy who did the job. But yeah. We will never be over it, bro. Yeah, never, not really never. The sky will always be there. But for me, it is still completely open. It hasn't healed yet. But we are lucky to have had the time we had with the Fallen family and friends. Absolutely. I was blessed to have the privilege of, excuse me, having had the privilege of having had the dad that I had, and for as long as I had. I am 37 years old now, and for all of those 37 years, you know what? I had him for all of these years. Many people don't have this kind of privilege for one way or another, and excuse me. I was blessed with it. And I'm going to be forever grateful to God for that. Okay, sorry, I'm sweating from my eyes, not just my back. But yeah, so this is closer to what this car looks like today. Took this photo, I think, 2 years ago, more or less, or 2023, don't remember clearly. But yeah, there's still that same grill from the other photo, just it broke a piece here. But everything still works, except when it stopped working. No, but jokes aside, Everything works. All the tail lights work. See, they are still in one piece. I may not be able to afford the restoration this car deserves. This dent, my brother put that one there. This dent over here, I remember when this one happened. I was at a health clinic with my dad for some quick exams, and a motorcycle was parked behind this car, and the biker probably just let the bike drop and hit the car here, and that's why that dent is there. Because it wasn't there when we parked the car on that night, but it was when we left the clinic. But anyway, I cannot afford to give this car the restoration it deserves, or the maintenance it deserves and needs, but I try my best to keep it roadworthy. So all of the tail lights, they are all in one piece, they all light up, they all work. The driver seats, the seat belts, all of them work. Well, not so much on the back seat, but that's mainly because they usually always sink and end up inside of the trunk. So since we don't get visitors, and we don't usually carry anyone on the back seats, so we never really bothered in doing something to stop that from happening. But the front seats, the seat belts on those, they do work. Excuse me, sorry. I took this photo one day when I was with my dad eating somewhere. They were having lunch here. But yeah. This was one day. I think I'm just showing you guys now my family photo album. This was when what broke him? Something broke down. Something more serious broke down. So we had to have it towed to be repaired. I don't remember what had broken down. But yeah, I tried to keep the tires roadworthy. All the lights roadworthy. This wood is old. Yeah, these here are older now. I don't think I have newer photos downloaded here yet. Yeah, but the point is, I cannot afford to give this car the restoration it deserves and the maintenance it needs. But I still try my best to keep it as roadworthy as possible. All the headlights work, all the indicators lights work, all the tail lights work, seat belts work, horn works, the brakes work. Actually, in November, this car lost brakes. I posted about it. I kept my cool, I didn't panic, just employed what I know about engine braking and what to do in the event that the brakes go away. You know, so actually was driving back home on heavy traffic, heavy rush hour traffic one day, and I had no brakes. And actually there was a time that I had to go downhill, no brakes. And thankfully, thank God, I kept my cool, used what I learned, and I made it home safely. Not only I made it home safely with the car without brakes, but I drove it without brakes on the next day. I drove it to the repair shop to have the brakes looked into. All without incident. Some scares here and there. I might have needed to change my underwear later, but I didn't have to change the underwear. But I tried to keep this car, everything working on it as much as possible, as well as possible. So yeah, all the lights work. There's my dad. He was still driving, obviously, at this time here. Let's see how much better this car used to look like. It almost looked new. But yeah, everything works. Dashboard works, all the lights work, horn, brakes. Just had the brakes completely redone. This last November. But it's a good car. I really like this car, and I don't know. Most people nowadays probably would not even think that they could even sit on this car to just ride as a passenger. Probably will look at a car like this and say, "Oh, that's my cat's mother." I miss her. Yeah, but see how simple this car is on the inside. It used to have speakers in the radio here, but the speakers were stolen and we removed the radio. I mean, there was no speaker, so why keep the radio there, you know? But it is a stick shift. It is a manual. But I really like this car, and many people nowadays they would probably gag at the simple idea of just or even just sitting as a passenger in a car like this and drive around in it. But these are both my parents. My mother was still driving at this time. See how simple the dashboard is. That's peak 1980s. Well, 1980s simplicity, because there were some crazy dashboards in the 80s. But all the dials still work. All the lights on the dashboard still light up when they are supposed to. Which hopefully some of them won't ever. Well, except this one here. Okay, you can really see it on this photo here, but that is a gasoline pump icon on there. The original engine on this car, it ran on ethanol fuel, and I'm not sure how cars nowadays work with ethanol fuel, but at least in this time on this car, actually all ethanol cars from this era, they needed a small gasoline reservoir somewhere in the car to help with starting the car on colder days. So that light there, that is the light that is supposed to light up whenever this reservoir is activated to help with starting the car. I remember seeing these lights lit up when I was much younger, many years ago. It was still in the 90s. Whenever we would use the gasoline thing, but never again. So I think the light bulb on that one burnt out, and it wasn't really necessary because because the gasoline reservoir it uses a small electric pump. So whenever it was on, we could hear the pump. The light was there just actually to just tell the driver, hey, the gasoline thing is on. If you don't need it, turn it off. But yeah, everything other than that, everything works. Everything that has to light up lights up, and etc. Oh, there's one thing you are never gonna find in this car. This car is never going to light up to turn on the check engine light. If it breaks down, it just stops. But yeah, I really like this car. I really do. If I can afford to do it someday, I'm gonna do it what my dad wanted to do originally. Finish restoring the Fiat 147, restore this one and keep it. And if someday, and I'm pretty sure the day where I will have to use a different car to daily drive around, I'm sure one day that will come, whether I still have this car or not, or even the other Fiat. I still would like to keep the car, even if to just drive around the block once a week on a Sunday. Now, since I have mentioned this Fiat 147, it is this car here. This car is older, much older. Well, not much older. It's only 6 years older than the green one you just saw. Let me find a good photo of it. Okay, so this one was after my dad tried to start its restoration. I think this photo was taken in 2014, more or less. He started the restoration, then he couldn't afford to keep working on it, so the car was sparked and it ended up exposed to the elements, and it looked horrible. But then I picked it back up, the restoration, that is. At least I tried, So yeah, this is a 1980 Fiat 147. This is the first car that Fiat made and sold in Brazil. This is also the first mass-produced car in the world to utilize to have an option available, an engine option available to run on ethanol. But yeah, kind of a historical car, this one. It is derived from the Italian Fiat 127. It was actually later exported from Brazil to Italy and the rest of Europe as the Fiat 127, but it is actually the Fiat 147 designed to run on Brazil with, actually it received upgrades over the original 127. How do I know? I read it. I studied it. Here's a photo taken by the guy who was doing the paint job on the car. I spent a lot of money on this. It was looking great. What I didn't see, and actually I don't think it had been done yet, was the damages he caused to these tail lights. I bought these tail lights brand new, not original of course because they are not manufactured anymore, but I bought them brand new. He destroyed them. I was so angry when I saw the damage. Actually, my friend mechanic who was supervising this, well, the actual restoration, not the paint, not the paint job. He told me that on the way back from picking up the car at the paint shop, sorry, that tail light fell off. It wasn't supposed to fall off because it was in one piece when I bought it. This front grille, I actually bought it, not new obviously, but I bought one that was in mint condition. I don't remember how much I spent on this. And the damn guy put a giant screw right here, somewhere in this area here, to attach this thing back into the car. It is not supposed to be mounted with the screw, not there. He actually drilled a hole in the, this is plastic, in the plastic of the grille and through the metal part of the car here. I'm gonna have to replace this because that screw really bugs me. I see the thing every day when I go outside and it bugs me a lot. You have no idea how much that bugs me. But this here is after I brought the car back home. Let me see if I can find a nice picture of it. It is looking a little worse for wear now because it has been sitting exposed, you know, for a couple of years now. But yeah, this thing here, for example, it lost the collar. It lost the collar. Oh, here's the screw. God damn it! There's not supposed to be a screw there. He drilled a hole there. I was so angry. Do I have any photos here of the tail lights? Because, my god, I think I'm going the wrong way. Oh man, this car was looking so nice. Unfortunately, I ran out of money to keep restoring it, so it's looking ugly now, and I'm gonna have to redo a lot of things on it. But it runs, sorta. It has a few issues because the guy at the paint shop, he damaged the electrical system. So like the headlights turn on whenever they feel like. But otherwise it runs. It is not road worthy yet. You know, there's a few things that need some very, very important attention as far as how safe this car is to be driving on the road. Like all four wheels, they are kind of misaligned. So on the drive back home, actually, I drove this car back home. It felt like the car, one front wheel wanted to go into one direction and the other one wanted to go in the other direction. So there was kind of a constant fight on the steering wheel with the car trying to go one way, and you're trying to fight back to go the other. But I kid you not, this car always puts my smile on me whenever I would start the engine and it would run. It always made me smile. Just a random smile, just hey, like an actual green, you know. Yeah, I really like this little car. But yeah, because the electrical system was damaged at the paint shop, I did have a problem with this car on the way back home. And I'm not talking about the wheels being misaligned. Actually, if you turn all the way to, I think it's to the left or the right, I don't remember. Anyway, there is one direction if you turn the steering wheel all the way. The right front wheel actually rubs against the body of the car. So that is something that obviously needs to be fixed before the car can be safely driven on the road. That's one of the reasons why I never actually took it out for a short ride, you know, just to prevent it from something breaking down for no use. Yes, I love this car. It actually has a name. My dad named this car. We actually treat this car not as a her, but as a he. Actually, both cars, we treat them as he's. You know, the whole tradition of treating something like a she, like a ship, for example. Oh, that ship is a beauty, etc. We treat them as he's. The Fiat Premio, which is the green one here that I was talking about earlier, it doesn't have an official name, although I officially started calling it Green Warrior, because it has resisted so many things. It actually caught fire once. Yeah, this one does have an official name. The name of this one is Quitinho. It's going to be easier if I write it down for you to see. It is Quitinho. Okay, it is not Quitinho. It is pronounced Quitinho. I don't know what it means. It's just a name that my dad gave the car. I don't know where it came from, if it is even supposed to mean something. I also never asked. I don't know why I never asked. I mean, it never came up. No. No, that would be Hichano. No. Let me do this again. Kitinho. So I think the way you would want to try and pronounce this in English, for me it's easy because I'm used to this name. So for me it's easy to make the sound for ki, chi, and yo, you know, Quitinho. But in English I think it would probably be something like ki. I think the sound exists in English, right? Kichi. Yeah, I think it exists because there's Lightning McQueen who says "Ka-chow." So I think it would be something like Kichi. Now this here is where English speakers would most likely have the more difficulties with. This one I actually don't know if I know how to write here in a way that you can pronounce it easily. I will say that name at midnight tonight. But yeah, his name is Quitinho. I don't know where it came from, why my dad named it that way, if it means something. It's just the name that the car has, and we really like it. I really like it. Actually, I sometimes find it hard to refer to this car as Fiat 147, which is the name of the car, you know, the actual name and model. But yeah, it's Quitinho. So it stayed parked in the garage, protected from the weather for a while. Then my brother bought a used car, and he basically evicted this car so he could park his car in this garage, because he was arguing that my car is much nearer than yours. It's going to cost more money to fix if it springs a leak. You know, long story short, he was afraid his car was going to get damaged by being exposed to the elements. So this one car that I spent a lot of money on and I was trying to get back on the road had to be relegated to just sit out in the open, and now I'm gonna have to redo a lot of work on this car. But oh my god, this car was looking so nice. It had a cover. I bought a cover, but then it got damaged, so I had to throw it away, and I couldn't afford to buy a new one. So now it is sitting here exactly where it is on this photo here, collecting dust, rain, sun. Actually, just remembered something. The left rear tire just exploded the other day because of the sun. So I'm gonna have to buy a new tire and a new tube, because the rims on this car, they are not 100%, you know, so the tires don't hold air if they don't have a tube. So yeah, I'm gonna have to redo a lot of things, buy a new tire. I'll probably end up having to buy 4 new tires, actually 5, no actually, yeah, 5 new tires, because the spare wheel doesn't have a tire yet. I only could afford to buy the 4 tires to drive, you know, but it doesn't have a spare wheel yet. I mean, it has the wheel, not the tire. But yeah, this is what it looks like on the inside. On the outside, it was almost fully complete, the restoration. I only had to redo some of the electrics, replace the tail lights because they got damaged, and then work on the inside because it is very ugly. But otherwise, it is driving. And again, this car always put a smile on my face whenever I would start the engine. Now, important notice one thing about this car in particular. Not necessarily this car in particular, but the Fiat 147 as a whole, you know, as a car. This car was made at a time where hydraulic brake systems were not exactly as common. It does have hydraulic brakes, but the system to activate the hydraulics is mechanical, unlike on the other car, the other Fiat, that is 100% full hydraulical. So you step on the brake, you don't have to do much effort, you don't have to put much effort, I mean, for the car to start braking. This one, on the other hand, by the way, I started learning to drive on this car. My dad started teaching me to drive on this car. Before it broke down, then my dad decided to start restoring it. But then running out of money, and the car ended up running into disrepair. But anyway, I digress. I don't remember it was like this when he gave me the first lessons when I was younger. But something I wasn't expecting the very first time that I drove this car after it was almost finished, the restoration was almost finished. The way the brakes on this car work, like I was explaining now, it is not fully hydraulical, you know, where on the other Fiat I just step lightly and it starts braking. No, on this one, the stuff that activates the hydraulic system is mechanical, and it's heavy. So on this day that I took this picture here, it was before I could take the car back home, bring the car back home. I don't remember what I was doing at the repair shop exactly, but I was there and the car was there. So I took it for a drive to try it out. Actually, I remember on this day, we discovered that the battery wasn't recharging. So good thing to do a test drive. Anyway, so I took this car for a drive. I only drove it once around the block. And on this street where it was parked, this was on where I took this photo, sorry. This is a busy street, but the streets behind the block where I drove around, they are very calm. They are a residential area. I was driving at a low speed, etc. But when I came to the intersection, to where I had to stop, you know, stop sign, etc., to check for traffic before I could turn right. This is a one-way only. I stepped on the brake around the same time when I would step on the brake if I were driving the other Fiat, the green one that got stolen 4 times. I stepped when I normally would step on the brake on that car, and only as hard as I normally would do so on that car. And I was not prepared. I was not aware that this car, you actually have to step you have to step a little harder on the brake pedal. So I gently pressed on the brake. The car was not stopping, and I was like, oh my god, I'm going into the intersection. I got honked, by the way. I got honked when that happened. So yeah, it gave me a little spook. I stepped harder, the car braked. The brakes do work on this car. They just have this little quirk. It was like, oh my god! At the same time, I got spooked. It was also so much fun. Right, I have driven newer cars. I got my driver's license on a brand new car, modern car. God damn these ads! You guys are missing an epic story. No, not really. Okay, I'm gonna wait a little bit. I love this car, I really do. But I am actually truly afraid I am going to end up losing this car because I can't afford to finish its restoration, and it is just deteriorating in the front yard. God damn these ads. Excuse me. Well, I guess that while the ad runs, let me turn off that Nintendo 64 controller that has been sitting on the screen forever now. There, it's off now. I'm also going to unplug my drawing tablet because I'm not going to be using it too soon. Ugh. I love this tablet. It's big. There you go. Safe and sound. According to Twitch, the ad break should be ending in just a few more seconds. What am I doing? Oh. That's what I'm doing. I went to get this to put away my tablet span. Just a few more seconds, 15 of them, assuming the counter on Twitch is correct. Also, funny thing, I just now realized the stream is frozen on my second PC. There we go. Oh, that's what I got. Alright, supposedly the ad is gone now. Alright, back to the story. So yeah, I got honked on that day. Honked at, deservingly, I guess, because I was invading into oncoming traffic. Not because I wanted to, I just wasn't prepared for the brakes. But it did work. Now, yes, I was talking about driving newer cars. I have driven newer cars, modern cars, brand new cars even. I got my driver's license on a new car. I don't like them. I don't. I even drove my brother's car a few times. His car is a 2010 Kia Cerato, and it's an automatic. It's nice not to have to change gears all the time, of course, and step on the clutch, but that car, the car where I got my driver's license with my boss's car when I got to use that for work a few years ago, I really can't bring myself to enjoying a newer car than this one in the old beater that I am daily driving still. The green one. Newer cars are not fun, they're super boring. And in the case of my brother's car, that one in particular, that thing has so many freaking blind spots. Oh my god. I sit on this car here, in this car, or on the other Fiat, I see everywhere. There's hardly any blind spots. There are blind spots, of course, but there's so much visibility. Now, sure, it is not comfortable as a new car. You know, this one and the other one, they do not have AC. They are missing speakers. I want to put simple speakers on this car and put a stereo there too. But anyway, but they are fun to drive. Also, They may not be as comfortable as a new car, you know, AC and stuff. They may be fun to drive, but I am fully aware, before anyone says, Mark, how can you say these older cars are better than newer cars? Well, one, I didn't say that. Two, even if I implied so, I said they are boring. They are not fun to drive. And I do prefer this car, the other car. I do prefer these two older cars. They are fun to drive. I like them. I know what to expect from them. I know their limits. I know what they are capable of. They can still keep up with modern traffic, by the way. Of course, they are not going to win any drag race, for example. From factory, I think the 0 to 100 of the Fiat 147 was something like 19 seconds. Yes, I read about that. It was 19 seconds. It had a sport version, which had a more souped up engine, and I think the 0 to 100 on that one was roughly around 10 seconds. So yeah, they're not cars to be. They weren't designed to be fast cars. They're just people movers, and they excel at that. These two cars, this one, the Fiat 147, and the Fiat Premio, that one over there. Yeah, they were designed to be reliable, cheap to buy, and cheap to maintain. And there's a good distinction between a car that is cheap, cheaply produced, and just cheap to buy. And these cars, they were built very well. They're very reliable cars, but they were designed to be simple cars and cheap to maintain. So much so that they, even that one that isn't receiving the maintenance it actually needs, even that one, it goes for long periods without breaking down anything at all. But I like them. I find I've driven new cars, modern cars, sorry, and they are boring. These cars are fun, and they look nice too. New cars, they all look the same. They are boring, both to drive and to look at. Oh my god, this car was looking so good. That's my friend, my mechanic, my mechanic. He's a super good and honest man. He's amazing. He's a very simple man, super smart, however, and very humble. But yeah, so this is the Fiat 147. Yeah, I like these cars. Now, I am fully aware, okay, before anyone says that I shouldn't be driving these old bangers on the road because, oh, they are not safe. This was when the guy was preparing to paint the car. Yeah, compared to newer cars, yeah, of course they are not safe. But it's not safe, but not in the sense that if I enter in one of these, I am going to crash and die immediately. No. They are not safe compared to newer cars, only in the sense that they don't have the same safety features that newer cars have. So yeah, if one of these gets into a collision, if it is a collision on a low speed, the car that will crash with one of these will probably get the worst end. It will probably get damaged more. Oh yes, this is when I had just received the tail lights and the indicator lights for the front end of the car on the mail. I like to take photos. Anyway, the hell was I saying? I can't remember. This was before my dad picked it back up to try and restore it. This was after something serious broke down and the car was stopped to fix that and start a restoration, but then my dad couldn't do it, so it sat for several years, and actually half of the body had to be replaced because of rust. But yeah, it was looking horrible. But then it started to get back up, and then it had to stop again, the restoration. Then I picked it back up, and now it has stopped again. And that is actually just a toy. It is a Fiat 147 model. I really like it. I actually have it here, right here. I'm going to pick it up. Hang on. I have to. Here it is. It was in my wardrobe. But yeah, these older cars, they are very fun to drive, and I really enjoy them. There's people who will even gag at at the mere idea, or even just sitting in one of these. But I like them. They are fun. And look at this. Hey baby, it's a baby. It's adorable. It is adorable. The door's open. A little hard to open, but they do. Look at that. Oh, I love this. I really like the Fiat 147. But yeah, part of it is because it was my dad's and stuff. But also, this car has been my life, well, my entire life. Anyway. Yeah, sure, I know. These older cars, they are not as safe as a modern car, you know, but I do believe on a minor collision, the newer car will still get the worst end of the ordeal, but on a more serious collision at a high speed, probably, this car and the other car that I did drive, they will get the worst end. Both cars would be very damaged, but the newer car, the people inside of the newer car will have a better chance of having less injuries or even not dying, you know. Whereas if I am to be in a serious collision in one of these, if it is serious enough, I will probably go see my dad in heaven. But yeah, the trick is don't crash. But yeah, that aside, these cars are fine. These cars are fine. Drive safely, drive responsibly. Be aware that other drivers may not drive safe and responsibly, so if you are in one of these, do it for them, you know. And yeah, you can have one of these for your entire life and never ever have not even a simple fender bender. And yeah, just gotta be careful. As I just said, jokingly, but also kind of serious, the trick is to not crash. But yeah. And all of this was because I was trying to explain what the frick do I mean when I say that there is a good Brazil and a bad Brazil. Oh my god, it's already past 2:30. Jesus Christ. Wow. Well, let me try to summarize and then end because I gotta use the bathroom. I am hungry and I gotta take my medicine. Actually, I should have taken that hours ago. So there's a good Brazil and there's a bad Brazil. To live in Brazil is not really a good place because everything is way too expensive. The education system is atrocious. If you think the education system in the US is bad, well, you are in for a surprise if you try to find out what it's like here. Compared to here, you guys are having like the best education in the world. But anyway, the education is bad, the public safety is bad, the public health is atrocious as well. Sure, it is free, but it's terrible quality. Terrible. Yeah, and there's also the way their government itself, you know, the laws that benefits criminals more than the victims, and there's a multitude of things that make this a bad place to live in, you know, actually survive in here, because there's a difference also between live and survive. To survive, in my point of view anyway, is you get a job that can earn you enough money so you are able to afford food, to afford your rent, to afford your bills, afford a vehicle if you have one, whether it is a bicycle, car, or motorcycle, you know. And the thing is, here in Brazil, because everything's so freaking expensive, because of how high and numerous the taxes are, The amount of money an average person does makes monthly is literally not enough to keep that person fed and sheltered for even a month. It is not enough. 2 weeks, 3 weeks tops, the money is all gone. That is, even if the person does manage to afford all bills, because in many cases, you might be able to afford some bills, but not others. Sometimes you can't buy food, sometimes you can. But it's a terrible situation to try and survive in this country. Now, that's surviving. In my conception, the part of living in the country, the way I see it, is whether or not you can, I don't know, go to the movies one night whenever you feel like, you know, buy yourself something nice, and maybe save up a little money to, I don't know, maybe buy a new computer, some upgrade parts for your PC, buy a new phone, you know, buy a new car just because you want, you know. Go on a vacation where you don't have to worry about whether or not there's going to be a lot of work for you to do when you come back. You know, just travel somewhere, just enjoy life, you know. Go visit some family in another state. You know, that is living. Surviving, that's a different story. That's why I said earlier that Brazil is not a good place to live. You know, you don't want. It's a good place to visit, but you don't actually really want to be here, trying to make a living in here. You know, unless you are already rich, wealthy enough anyway, have a very good paying job. Because unless you are making stuff like at a bare minimum 3,000 reais a month, bare minimum 3K, unless you are making that, you are not going to have a good time, not even a decent time in here. Not at all. If you want to actually live in here and actually not have so much trouble around, you would have to be making a lot of money on whatever job you might have. Because otherwise, if you are just like your average Joe, you're going to have a hard time. And trust me when I say this. You guys in the United States, Europe, believe me, if you think things are bad over there, no. I know I'm not there. I cannot really say much about it, but compared to here, believe me, you are better off over there than somewhere like here, for example. But again, if you are just visiting, it is amazing. Food is great. The nature is amazing. People are friendly, mostly. But yeah, if you actually want to live in here, that's different. So actually, I think that about a month ago or a few weeks ago, I don't remember. I didn't watch the video, I just heard about it. An European guy, I think he is Norwegian. Yeah, I don't remember his nationality. But anyway, he made a video where he tried to live on a minimum wage in Brazil. You know, actually try to live like a Brazilian does on a minimum wage, because like 97% of the jobs you can find here, they're all paying just a minimum wage, only that, and you still have to pay a lot of taxes out of that wage. So yeah, he made a video. I don't know if it's a series or if it is just one video where he tried to live. I don't remember if it was an entire month or just 1 week on just one. Sorry, I'm getting tired. On just a minimum wage that is paid here in Brazil. He couldn't do it. Now you might be wondering, well, if he couldn't do it, how do you guys who are from there do it? How do you manage? We don't. The moment the money runs out, you either go out and find 2 other jobs. Assume you can get hired by anyone. Get a job here is hard, let alone one that pays a decent amount for you to live or even survive. Anyway, or you do that, or you find a way to somehow make money on the side, you know. Starting your own business is something extremely difficult to do here. Some do manage, but most fail because the government is like they try to stop you, to prevent you from starting your own business and evolving in life and financially also, you know. Or you do like I am now being forced to do, and you become an Uber driver. I had a job at a copier store until November, this last November. I worked there for about 3 months, maybe 4, and then I got registered as an employee. They even collected some personal information so they could open what they call a salary account, which is actually a bank account made by the company where my salary would be then deposited, and then I could either get it from there myself or have it transferred for a bank of my choice. So like Banco Bradesco, for example. Anyway, and then completely out of the blue, I came end of November. I think it was the 26th of November or 27th. I got fired. No reason given. I didn't do anything wrong. The lady, the owner of the store, just said that they are making some changes on some of the stores, and that now the only opening available is in a store that is far away from where I live, so it would be complicated for me to go work there, and that she wants someone who lives nearby to take that spot. And just like that, magically, the spot that I had on the store that is much closer to my house, that spot just suddenly, poof, magically disappeared, stopped existing. So now I'm having to scramble to start working as an Uber driver, which is actually a really big problem because my rent is due on the 5th of January and I do not have even half of the money for that. And needless to say, if I don't pay the rent, well, that's going to be a problem. And not even get me started on the bills from December. I haven't paid a single one of them yet. But anyway, what is? So yeah, unless you have a job that is paying you a lot of money, or you are already wealthy or rich, you are not going to have a good time in Brazil if you try to live here and make your living like anyone else here, because the average income is like 6 to 7 times more or less inferior to what a minimum wage job pays in the United States. That's one of the reasons why many Brazilians move to the United States, and within a year they manage to buy a house, they manage to buy a car, even if it is a used house or a used car. They actually grow in life. They become not exactly wealthy, but things work out. That's because if you try to do like a job as simple as flip burgers at a McDonald's, if you do that in the United States, you can still get by, you know. Maybe even if you know how to manage your finances, you can actually manage to save up and actually, you know, build yourself a life. Get a nicer car, maybe a nicer house. Eventually leave rent and buy your own place. But if you work on that same job here in Brazil, you are never gonna manage any of those things because it pays absurdly poorly, really badly. But yeah, I was going to say one more thing, but I forgot what it was. In any case, it is almost 3 in the morning on January 1st of the year of our Lord 26, sorry. What happens? I should really go. I still gotta use the bathroom. I still gotta have dinner. And oh my god, I have been streaming for almost 7 hours. Granted, my record is close to 8 hours, but only on the Chill Art Sundays. But yeah, I actually didn't plan this stream at all. I just wanted to tweak the controller overlays, which again you guys can download for free from my coffee shop. But a tip is welcome. But it's all free. In any case, it's time for me to kind of go like this cat here. Actually, I think some of you might already be like this. Anyway, guys, everybody, I don't know if there's anyone still watching. If there is, oh my god, you are awesome. Thank you so much for sticking around for this long. But yeah, in any case, everybody, have a very happy new year. I wish you all a very good 2026. I mean, this might sound cliche, but I truly do wish that. And if it turns out to not be a good year, then that it at very least be a better year than 2025 was. You know, I wish that for me, I wish that for you, I wish that for everyone, especially if you're watching. But everybody, thank you so much for sticking around for this entire year of live streams. I know I missed a lot of them. I apologize. Stuff happens. I don't know if I will still. I'll definitely be missing more streams this year, but hopefully less, fewer of them. And yeah, hopefully 2026 is going to be a better year for all of us. But yeah, everybody, thank you so much for watching the stream. Thank you for joining. I hope you enjoyed. I hope we had fun. I apologize for starting to basically a story time live stream today. It was just about the controllers. But hey, if you enjoyed any of it, then I'm glad. In any case, guys, thank you all for sticking around for this entire year of streams. Thank you for watching me. Thank you for subscribing, those of you subscribed. Thank you for just showing up, even if you never left any messages in the chat. Just you being here and adding that tick up of how many people are watching, that is already a very good start. Thank you all for your support on this year that has just ended. And let's see what this new year holds for us, right? Whether you believe in God or not, I wish you all have a blessed year, that things go well for you, that your family and yourself are safe, healthy, and as always, that you dream of dragons. Good dreams only, of course. Let's avoid the bad dreams, okay? But everybody, again, thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you for sticking around for this long. And go to bed. Go to sleep. It's late. Actually, it might be too early now in some places. In any case, thank you guys. And hopefully I will be seeing you all again very soon on the next Friday for the Gaming Friday. When's it gonna be? Oh, it's actually tomorrow. Anyway, hopefully I'll be seeing you all again very soon on the next stream, and whether it is the next Friday or only on the next Sunday or maybe the Saturday as well, if I decided to do an extra stream then, I hope I'll see you all again soon. In any case, everybody, thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you had fun. Hopefully we'll be seeing you all again very soon on the next stream, whenever that happens. But until then, God bless you all. Stay safe and healthy. Sleep well when you go to bed, and as always, dream of dragons. Good night, everybody. Bye. Bye. Go to bed. I gotta run to the bathroom now. But you go to bed. Dream of dragons. Bye.
Okay. Present some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find new feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you pretend. Don't bet on taking trips because I'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting them to crash. The truth can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let that numb my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and set it not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fact that if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's both been elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. To bet on sinking ships because they'll turn for you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just grow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking shifts because you've got to be more grand. You got to think ahead and carry out the things you planned. Citrus can be your fuse when you can see where fossils lay. Don't quit on hopes or dreams when you have simply got to chin up. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. You've got to keep on sailing even when you want to frown. The world will keep on turning without matter where you land. You might as well be running when your feet should hit the sand. Don't bet on thinking just because you've got to be more grand. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your trips to trash.